What is up, large data bankers? Welcome back to the stream. It's good to see all of you. Happy Friday. Hope everybody's doing super. Hope you're having a good week so far. Hope you're about to have a good weekend. As we all know, it's Friday, and that's the day that we kick off that weekend. I'm so pleased that you're choosing to spend that weekend kickoff here on Large Data Bank on twitch.tv with me. Yeah, right? What's up, everybody? Flotsdrew, Kosaki, Aubin, Lisa, M. Lazowick, Rail, Acetylene. It's good to see all of you. Yeah, I don't know. What's happened this week? A lot of stress and anxiety. That's part of it. You know, I want to quickly acknowledge it's very upsetting. Russia invaded Ukraine. There's literally a war in Europe. It's horrifying and terrible. And I hope you all are safe. And I hope your friends and families are safe. Because I know so many out there aren't right now, which is obviously really upsetting and crazy. I know I've been stress reading the news a lot this week, and I imagine probably some of you all too are doing that, but really, really nuts, I would say. So hope you guys are all doing okay with all of that, despite the fact that it's sort of, how do you exactly do okay in the state of such a thing? I don't know. But that's kind of what's been on my mind, to be honest. Other things that happened that were good, it's kind of crazy. How can you talk about this stuff and then good things at the same time? You know, it's nuts. I'm going to try to do it anyway, just to keep things, you know, cheerful, right? You have to have some levity sometimes, maybe, right? Gotta coexist with the good and the bad. So I'll tell you some of the good, even though I feel a little awkward about it. Last night, I went to something called a ham bar. Have you ever heard of a ham bar? I hadn't either. Until last night. I went out. Basically, it was elevated. It was like a charcuterie board place. You got some wine, you got some charcuterie, you got some ham, you got some cheese, and you ate it up. And it was delicious. I went ham for the ham. We all went ham. And hello, Stanislaus. Thanks for stopping in. It was really tasty. You know, we had little, you got your little pickles, you know, your little nuts, your little fruits kind of stuff. It was kind of nice. You know, a little celebration dinner just for fun. I will be honest, if you try to make a meal out of food like that, you might fail. I definitely failed. You know, we kind of ate it up. We were feeling good. And I went home and I was like, I need more food. So I made a frozen pizza. Then I felt satisfied after I did that. So sometimes, you know, sometimes you go to one of these restaurants and you're gonna, you know, you spend like a lot of money eating like little bits and you get home and you're not satisfied and you have to cook yourself a frozen pizza. That's kind of what happened to me. But, you know, it was delicious food and I had a good time. I had a good time. Yeah, I don't know. What else? What else happened? Besides that, I feel like it was kind of an average week. I was chilling, did some work, did some good stuff. I've been watching a lot of Love Island. You guys watched any Love Island? I think I might have mentioned this on the stream last time. I've been watching season 3 UK Love Island.
Everybody knows that relational database
and it's a great show.
Because they use
not gonna lie, it's a really fun show.
Join,
Jake,
and write to disk.
Thank you so much for the 2 months of Prime. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, big announcement, you guys, is I got some new emotes. And one of them is this very good dancing gopher, which obviously I didn't make, but supposedly it's, you know, in the public domain, so I felt okay putting it onto my Twitch channel. I think this is a great emote. I feel like it comes in handy. It's very cute. It dances, it animates, so if you subscribe, you too can use the dancing rainbow gopher guy. Yeah, it's a little baby gopher, right? Not so bad. I also added this little guy. This guy's also good. This guy you can use if you're like, what is this person talking about? You hit him with the large D2 questions, right? I think that's a very evocative emote. Yeah, I don't know what else. Oh yeah, here's another big news. A lot of people like to ask me if my post about my streaming setup or whatever is still up to date. And the answer is it's not. 90% of it changed since 2 years ago when I wrote that post. So I've been actually working on updating this thing, and I've been saying this for months. Oh, I'm updating it. Oh, I'm updating it. I wasn't really updating it. Now I'm truly updating it. We got a work in progress post. We got new pictures. We got new text. We got everything, baby. It's great. So you guys are gonna enjoy that soon enough, and then I won't have to be like, oh, my thing's out of date and it's different, but I don't have any info about it. So hopefully that'll be a good thing pretty soon. What is up, Dom? Good to see you. Kiri Old. Kiri Old. So what are we gonna do today? I got some good news and some bad news, guys. Guys, gals, NBs, y'all, folks, everybody. I've got some good news and I've got some bad news. The good news is that we actually merged this PR that we were working on for the last 2 months on the stream, at least. 2 months? No, it's about 2 months, right? It's December 17th is when I started this PR. We did this on the stream, so, you know, it's in the VODs. And the good news is that we just merged it over the weekend. I got those looks good to me's, you know, I got those approvals, I got the tests fixed, I'm feeling confident, got that thing merged. So that's the good news. The bad news is that there is a bug. There's a bug with how declaring a cursor interacts with prepared statements, which is kind of a meta thing. So you can prepare statements in SQL and then execute them later, right? It turns out if you prepare to declare, things kind of got screwed up and broken. And this got caught by one of our longer running test suites that we don't run on every PR. That's why I didn't notice until after I merged it. So that's a little bit of the bad news, but that's okay. It's kind of some minor bad news. And there's a little bit of a silver lining to this bad news, which is that despite the fact that there's a bug in this thing and we're going to fix it or whatever, the silver lining is that I kind of realized an idea for some better testing for the whole thing, right? So the truth is that, you know, I sometimes talk about how we do randomized testing in our big test corpus and all this good stuff. One thing that we can use as a metamorphic test variable, right? Remember, metamorphic test variables are where you can have an input and output for a test, and you can switch something about the test, and the input and the output is going to be the same, right? And so you can tweak that little thing, and it'll still the test will still work if you can find such a variable. Such a variable is preparing a statement or not preparing a statement, right? Regardless of whether you prepare a statement in SQL and execute it, or just execute it without preparing it, the answer should always be the same, obvious, but we don't have a metamorphic variable for that, meaning there isn't a way to just run the whole corpus of tests with prepared statements. So I'm gonna add that. Hopefully it'll rustle up some more problems that we can fix. And yeah, that's kind of the idea. That is kind of the idea. Ex-hobo, you think I look giant? Well, let me tell you, I am giant. I'm actually 7 feet tall. But you guys are never going to know that because you're not going to meet me in person. Because software and development Twitch streamers are not invited to TwitchCon. What about that? What about that? Creature Next, Al Swigart was on a while ago. I don't know who that is. And yes, Cockroach is wire compatible with Postgres. Is there a CockroachDB Discord? There isn't, but we do have a Slack. You do have a Slack. Is there such a thing? No, I don't think there have. I don't have such a command. But I have a Discord. You can join my Discord. You can hang out with me in my Discord, and all these fine folks. You guys should definitely all join the Discord. Chat about databases. It's gonna be great. How do you learn to write databases? Well, the number one first step that you should do, Mad Flash, is you should stick around on the stream because you're gonna learn it for sure on the stream. In a serious. More serious note, databases are really complicated, but you too can learn to write them. There's some books in the chat that I pasted. I'd like to send these ones out for people who are trying to figure out what's it like to work on a database or whatever it is. And you can also check out the CockroachDB GitHub if you want, if you're so inclined to, because it's all open source, right? There's a lot of open source databases besides just CockroachDB. I just talk about it because I work there, but you know, you got your MySQL, you got your Postgres, right? There's all sorts of open source databases out there that you can have a look at, and yeah, I think starting there, do some issues, you know, find some bugs in databases and try to solve them. It's a way to get your feet wet, so to speak. But yeah, you should definitely hit up that Discord and we can talk about it. We can talk about it. So here's what we're gonna do first. I did take a look at solving this problem already, but I didn't totally fix it. and I will show you what I'm up to here. So basically, let me try to explain. Let's do a dev build. How do I do a build short in this tool again? Cockroach short. So basically, I want to show you what prepared statements are like real briefly, just so you understand what I'm talking about. And there's a little bit of nuance there as well, by the way, though, because prepared statements, it's a little confusing. In somebody was talking about the Postgres wire protocol. You can actually prepare a statement through the wire protocol and through SQL, and they're two separate paths for doing the same thing. So I'm going to just show off one of them because it's a little bit harder to play around with the wire protocol in a demo, but it's very easy to do it in SQL. And so you'll see in a second what I'm talking about. Of course, I didn't warm up my old build cache, so this is taking a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah, dev, exactly. The new hotness. It's real. I'm trying to use it. What is up, crows? It's good to see ya. And hello, Zacarado as well. So prepared statements though, right? When would users prepare a statement over the wire protocol rather than SQL? So the key thing is that drivers will do
Everybody knows that relational databases don't scale because they use.
I'm doing good. Nami.
Joins.
Nami, thank you for
write
the
to
3
disk.
months. Really appreciate the
Happy
support,
about
my friend.
probably
Welcome
soon
back.
Getting to use CRDB. Keep it up.
Welcome back, and also definitely don't forget to enjoy the new dancing gopher emote, which I am a super fan of myself. Obviously, I didn't make it, but you do get to use it if you're a sub. When would users prepare a statement over the wire? Right, so the key thing is drivers, right? So let's say you are using a SQL driver in any language, whether it's Go or Python or Ruby or Java or C. A lot of the time that these drivers, they have kind of like, you know, language compatible ways of doing SQL. And a lot of the time, if you have like a handle onto your driver connection, you can prepare a statement with a .prepare function. And once you do that, it's going to almost certainly use the wire protocol prepare rather than the SQL prepare, just because it's, I think, probably a little bit more efficient to do it that way. Or at least that's just how the, you know, reference libpq driver kind of does things. It uses the wire protocol prepare, so probably everybody does it that way. The SQL prepare is actually kind of a weird thing. Like it's maybe slightly odd that even exists in the first place. So for example, if I were to create a table here, and I can say select star from A, limit 10, something like this. And then I can say prepare. Actually, why don't I do this? Select star from A where A is greater than 5, limit 10. So I can actually prepare this statement. Prepare. I think, what's the syntax? I think it's prepare X as select star from A where A is greater than 5, limit 10. Actually, don't remember the syntax for this. Maybe it's... I actually literally don't remember the syntax for this. Maybe I need to go like this. No. Well, I am confused. Let's look at the documentation. Maybe we like don't even document prepare because it's such like an oddball thing. Now I'm deeply confused though. Okay, wait. We're gonna figure this out. Because I am deeply confused right now. It does kind of see like, oh, maybe it's because I need to put like a parentheses around it or something like that. Oh, it's because I'm using X in the same place. Is that the issue? Okay, what if I call it F? Maybe it's because there's no such column as A. Okay, well, that was really doofy. Yeah, I should have paid attention to the chat. Thank you, Carwin. Thank you, Carwin. So anyway, so you can prepare this statement and then you can later execute it like this. Like this. And you can redo it multiple times. It's great. The other thing that you can do, just like Nami is saying, you can actually give a parameter. So if I were to say prepare f of x as select star from A where $1 is greater than 5, limit 10, deallocate f first. Maybe it's a type. Okay, as you can see, I'm very rusty at using prepared statements from SQL. But so you pass in a list of types, and then you can say, all right, well, this thing now actually has arguments. And so I can say execute f of, wait, this didn't make any sense either. What I want to do is something like this. I want to put the argument in the second parameter here. So then I can say execute f of 5 to say, give me all of the things where the A column is greater than the thing that I'm passing in. And this is a way that you can use in your language, just like Nami was saying, to prevent against SQL injection and stuff like that. So that's kind of like the point of another point of prepared statements. There's kind of two. One is to do this SQL injection, fixing stuff by binding parameters without having to do string interpolation. And the other really big one is you can actually save costs, right? Because if you prepare a statement on the server side, you're saving work because the optimizer does a bunch of upfront work when you send a prepared statement, and it doesn't have to redo that work when you then execute it multiple times. So if you're writing an application that has 10 particular query types in the workload, you want to probably prepare each of those 10 statements and use arguments so that the server can skip doing that rework of optimization every time. Quick question, if you have knowledge, I'm using Hive. At my company, when I run a relatively small query, I have to wait for Yarn to allocate a large number of containers that amount to about 5 terabytes of RAM. Is this normal? Is there definitely something wrong with the configuration? I don't know, to be honest. I wish I knew. That sounds like a cool kind of thing, but I've never used a system like Hive, unfortunately. And I think I played around with Yarn at one point long ago, but it was like over 5 years ago. So unfortunately, I actually don't know. Thoughts on the arena, the arena proposal? The arena proposal seems really cool. I was quite excited about that when I saw that come through. I think that at least for the purposes of, so for general purposes, it seems great, and I'm very excited about it. I think for CockroachDB, we might continue to use some of the custom arena stuff that we made specifically because the arena proposal, I think it doesn't really give you some of the, it's kind of explicitly not about, not designed to allow making a lot of different kinds of arenas, because I think they have this fixed chunk size that they're proposing of 64 megabytes. And I think that we would end up using probably more than just a few of those. And you kind of want them to have dynamic sizing based on the available memory in the system and stuff like that. So the sense that I get is that it might not be totally applicable for all situations, especially a system like a database that needs such fine-grained control about the memory that it uses. But it actually seems like a huge win for a lot of use cases. So basically, I'm pretty excited about it. So prepared statements, right? So basically the bug that we had was this. It was the way that prepare and declare, which is the way that you create a SQL cursor, interacted, and then I hadn't thought of testing that. And so what is declare about? So I'll recap that. This is kind of the project that we worked on for the last couple of months, building this declare thing. So if I make a transaction, then I say declare. Now here I'm probably going to forget the syntax as well. I think it's declare f for cursor for select star from A limit 10 or something. Is that right? And then I can say fetch 1 f, and then I can keep iterating this thing to give me the next values in the cursor. And I can also say fetch 10f, and it'll give me the remaining stuff, or 10 more. There's various syntaxes that you can use for fetch. So this is kind of what we built. It's cool. And the issue is that if I said begin and then I said declare, or then I said actually prepare X as. Oh, you know what actually is the funny thing about this? Is this isn't even going to work as an example, and I'll show you why in a second. So if I do this, if I try to say prepare X as declare F cursor 4, it's going to be like invalid syntax. And that's because the SQL syntax actually doesn't permit this. Like you can't, this prepare syntax in SQL is only allowed to use for a certain subset of the SQL statements that are available. So that's part of why, like, I was like, oh well, this shouldn't actually matter. But the difference is that in the wire protocol, you can actually prepare every statement. And the reason for that is that if you use this thing called the extended protocol, which is like just one aspect of the wire protocol kind of, and you have to use the extended protocol if you ever want to bind parameters. If you're ever using that extended protocol, you're always doing a prepare and then an execute. So even if it's like some random statement like declare, you're always going to be using prepare, and that's why it didn't get tested, yada, yada, yada. So the issue though was that basically like this statement, this declare statement, I'll show you in the code. So this is where it's implemented. This is what we were doing on the stream. The change that I made, I'll actually, well, the diff here that I still haven't committed is that instead of just like kind of doing all this work, which is the thing that kind of, well, we basically try to plan the thing inside of the declare statement, right? To make sure that it's valid SQL, to make sure that the thing still exists. We kind of do that ahead of time. We, optimize it. We do a bunch of stuff, and then we kind of create this iterator, which is going to be the actual cursor that we're going to hold on to over the lifetime of the session. The issue was that I was doing this at like planning time instead of at execution time because I just wasn't really thinking when I wrote it, apparently. And there's a difference between like doing some work at plan time, which is like when somebody actually sends the statement before it starts executing, which that's the part that gets done during a prepare. There's a difference between doing something in there and then doing something at execution time, which is when you actually go ahead and execute the prepared statement. And when it's not a prepare and execute, those things kind of happen right next to each other, so it sort of doesn't matter. But the fact that they were separated was kind of what was getting me into trouble. So that's that. And I think the last thing I wanted to kind of fix here was that this statement. So one thing about these cursors that's kind of weird is that you can only use them inside of transactions. It's just kind of like how they're defined, a transaction only statement. And another thing that's kind of messed up is that you don't, we were kind of returning this statement, declare cursor can only be used in transaction blocks. Since we do this at plan time, this is like the section that gets done at plan time. And this stuff down here is what gets done during execution time. The fact that we throw this error at plan time is kind of awkward because like if you were going to do a prepare and then an execute later, you might not do that prepare in the same transaction block that you do the execute in. So I actually just wanted to, this was like the last thing that I almost did before the stream, and I was like, I'll just do it on stream. I just want to move this block down into the constructor over here, which this is the thing that gets run at execute time. So then there's a test that I wanted to adjust, which is that this error is basically just wrong. Like I shouldn't get this error now. I should get it when I execute it is kind of what it's about. So we're going to call this statement. And we're going to say, statement dot exec. We're going to say require dot no error t error. This thing should work fine. And then down here, we should definitely get no error, or rather get the transaction blocks error. And then I would feel pretty good about this test at this point. So let's go ahead and run this test. Cool, so that's passing, which is fantastic. And then I think we basically want to, let's delete that little error message. What do people print? Do you have like a funny print line that you sometimes do when you're tracking stuff down? Mine is always different. But I was watching the British Love Island, and they say sometimes they pronounce "oh no" in like a sort of British sounding way, which I think is funny. So I was joking about that. So we're gonna delete that diff. That's a little awkward diff. What else do we got going on here? Oh yeah, so another key thing of this change is this metamorphic thing that I was telling you about. I'm gonna make that a separate change though. I want to just commit the change, the fixes to SQL cursor right now. So what's the difference here? We're gonna commit that later. I think we're just gonna be adding this number 5. And this number 4. So number 4 is the actual fix. And number 5 is the test that we added. So we'll do this. We'll actually go ahead and make a new commit. So we're going to say SQL. Are you sure that people run prepare in not the same transaction as execute? No, I'm not sure. I just think that if somebody did that, it shouldn't fail, probably. Is it using Docker in the tests? Yes, I think so, because we use Bazel. Hey, Anthony! Anthony writes code, and Raiders, welcome into the stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate the raid. It's been a little while. So, hi. I hope you're doing good. I hope you guys doing Babby work today. I'm always a big fan of that project. That's a pretty cool one. But I welcome in everybody. If you haven't been on the stream before, my name's Jordan. I work as Director of Engineering at Cockroach Labs, which is the company that makes CockroachDB, which is a distributed SQL database. Mostly on the stream, which is every Friday, we talk about database development. We usually work on developing a database a little bit. We hack on CockroachDB, which is kind of an open source system, by the way. So it's on GitHub. You can kind of follow along with issues or PRs if you want. And yeah, we talk about database stuff. We talk about life, you know. We chill. That's the idea. So welcome in, everybody. Today we were trying to figure out why PyTest mysteriously started breaking. I see.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
PyTest. That's some interesting stuff. I think I personally, as an occasional Python dabbler, I honestly often get confused as to what is the current state of the art with Python testing. For a while, you know, there's like various systems, and I feel like depending on the day, I will ask somebody and they'll be like, no, you should use this other testing system. And so I've never been able to really stay on top of some of that stuff. PyTest is currently winning. Okay, that's good.
The data bank's too big.
Thanks for all the follows, everybody. Definitely appreciate that.
By guessing.
But anyway, yeah, so basically what we're working on right now is a fix to this project that we've been working on for a little bit called declare cursor. So if you, I guess this is a little outdated, but if you're used to SQL, you might know about prepared statements, which are about taking a SQL query and preparing it and then being able to run it later with different parameters. So we were actually fixing a bug with the interaction between that thing and cursors, which is the thing that we were kind of working on for the last couple of times. Yoda, thank you so much for the tier 1, 3 months of support. Really appreciate that. I hope you enjoy. I just added this emote, which I've been showing off to everybody, but I hope you enjoy this party gopher emote now that you are a subscriber. Hey, Fixer Jake. I'm a developer for a very large online community, and we were thinking about moving to Cockroach. Our current database is terrible, so we were planning on redoing the schema and porting from Maria to a flavor of Postgres. That is super awesome. I hope you actually do it. Definitely, you should join. You know, we have a community Slack and stuff like that for Cockroach. So if you do run into any issues, you should definitely join and chat with people. They're usually pretty happy to help. Sub crypto. But anyway, yeah, so this bug that we're fixing, right? It's like, what happens when you prepare a declare? That's what we were fixing. So we're going to write a commit message for this. It's going to say SQL fix interaction between fix bug. This fix interaction between prepared statements and cursors. I guess we'll just say bug fix to prepared to declare as prepared statement. Previously, preparing a declare cursor statement would have was buggy, leading to errors and panics. Now, I guess I'll put a little bit of a reason. The reason for this was that the work of creating the cursor was done at plan time rather than execution time. There were no tests that caught this. There were no tests that caught this, and it was ultimately noticed by a driver test, a nightly driver test, which is true. Now this is fixed, and the work to declare the cursor properly happens at execution time. And so normally for a release note, we would put something useful, but I think in this case, we don't really need to, because the bug was not present in a released version. Okay. If a database encounters the same query many times, will it auto-prepare to improve performance? I don't think it actually will. I think it's possible that some databases do that, but I think that it's kind of hard to know to do that as a database, because you might have a big cache of other prepared statements, and you don't necessarily want to like treat what you're observing as a reason to kick other stuff out of the cache, if that makes sense. Our big table is 40 gigs, and I think every column is indexed, so selects can take up to 2 minutes. Huh? You'd think that since the columns are selects, you'd think that since the columns are indexed, the selects would be faster rather than slow, right? Maybe I wonder if your queries aren't sufficiently covered by predicates or something like that. But that's interesting. The schema is from the early 2000s. Getting a game plan to update our 10 or so web apps and write migration scripts. Yeah, that is a painful thing. What database are you migrating from? If you want to share. Kind of curious about that. Okay, so MariaDB. That's cool. I feel like I guess I've never really tried to migrate a MySQL-y database to a Postgres-y database, but I don't imagine that it's super hard. But I guess I don't know. Okay, so now that we're doing this, let's go ahead and make a pull request for this, first of all. And okay, it looks like I, first of all, have a typo in my commit message, so let's fix that. Delcare should be declare. And so we actually have an issue that this should close, since it did end up getting pgjdbc. So we can actually go ahead and close this issue as a result of merging this PR. Closes, which we like to do. And we can assign somebody who I know is going to care about this. Okay. The commit template, yes, is visible in the repo. It is in like, I actually don't really remember where that thing lives. Like Git hooks or something? Or no. So it's in Git hooks commit message, I guess. Except it seems to be, okay, so it's like, it looks a little bit like gross, but it's something like this. Okay, so the next thing that I wanted to talk about was that you might have noticed that there were no tests for this, right? And that's like very suspicious, because we never like things without tests. And especially what we really don't like as people who are making a SQL language database is situations where you don't automatically test how features interact with other key features. And prepared statements is one of these like classic examples of something that you really should be testing with every single thing automatically, right? You shouldn't have to remember when you make a new feature that you've got to test that new feature with the prepared statement or without the prepared statement, right? That would be sort of a disaster. So what I wanted to do to address this, and I sort of started to do it already, was create an automatic way to run all of our what we call SQL logic tests, which is sort of this big corpus of expected input and output of SQL queries with prepared statements automatically. So you don't even have to think about it. So that's what we're going to do next. And I think it should be a big win. I actually, in noticing this bug, I did actually notice a couple of other similar bugs with kind of some low stakes things that I don't think really matter too much, but hopefully this thing will actually flush those bugs out as well. And maybe we'll find some other bugs. We'll find out. Madhu Furry Furcon. What's up? I love that name. Okay, so what is this going to look like? I will show you. So we have something called logic tests.
The data bank's too big.
And a logic test is, it's what we call a data-driven test. And a data-driven test is basically a file that is a test. So it's not written in a programming language. It's written in an input-output format, kind of like an expectation and like query expectation format. I wanted to mention, while we're talking about data-driven tests, there's a great blog post by somebody named Eli Bendersky, who's an awesome person. Great blog post about this exact technique. I actually emailed Eli because I was like, wow, this is exactly what we do in CockroachDB. I just sort of emailed him like, hey, great post. I just wanted to share that we do this all over the place, and I hope that your blog post takes off because it's a great testing technique. And he wrote back and said, cool. He works on the Go team. So he was like, cool. I was like, okay, great. I think my pro tip for career development is that you should like cold email more people. It's people are actually surprisingly willing to be cold emailed if you have something interesting to say to them. Not like with a recruiting email or anything like that, but just like, great post. Let's start a conversation. Like people are almost always more open to that than you think, and it leads to some good things, I think. You're writing tests just like that now. Hey, have you checked out our data-driven package? You might find it useful, or not. I don't know. This is a package that does this. The README is bad, but there's good Go docs if you actually want to try it out. But no worries if you don't. Okay. So this is what this logic test format is looking like, and it's basically like the way that it works is you have a select, and then there's 4 lines, and then there's the outputs, right? So pretty simple. There's a ton of tests like this. So what I want to do is make a mode. So all of our logic tests can also be run in many different modes, and these modes are kind of how we accomplish some of this matrix testing, you might call it. And so I want to add a mode that says, well, instead of just running the query, I want to actually prepare it and then execute it. And what's more, later, if I'm feeling good about what I've done, I actually want to make it so that if it notices any constants, which it very well might, I would like the thing to automatically pick out one of the constants and send it as a bound parameter, which would be kind of cool. And it would test even more stuff. So we're going to try that out. Somebody cold emailed me asking for help with static check. While I was typing the reply, they filed an issue and you didn't get a thank you. Okay, well, that's whack. Okay, here's my second bit of advice. Be kind to the people that you cold email and thank them for their time, because their time is precious, especially Dom's
hooked
time.
into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
You'd love if a cold email turned into a pen pal. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at how this logic test harness thing works. And so I did sort of jump the gun and start working on this already. This is sort of where we define these different configurations that I was talking about. So for example, here is what we call our fake dist configuration. And the fake dist configuration runs all of those tests in the corpus with an in-memory database cluster. So it pretends that it's distributed. And what it actually does further than that is it actually uses a randomized technique where it on every query, there's a little component that tells you sort of where a piece of data is in the cluster. or rather where it's least, which is slightly different, but it's not too important. And it randomizes the answer of where the data is least. And that kind of, things still work if you get the wrong leaseholder. That's kind of an important property of how the whole system works. So it helps make the plans more varied, and it helps flesh out bugs in that way. So we randomize the leaseholders, it gives weird plans, and it kind of should still have the result no matter what randomization we go with. Right. So I added a new configuration called local prepared, and local prepared, like you might imagine, it's similar to the local config in that it just runs on a single node, but it also, I've set this new variable to true, which is called prepare queries. And prepare queries, what it does is when we actually run the statement against the in-memory server, instead of just executing it like we do down here, we prepare it first. And this is kind of the thing you were asking about, or somebody was asking about in the chat, I think Carwin, about what does it look, why would you use wire protocol prepare versus SQL prepare? And I think like this is an example of a driver that says, okay, type prepare, this is a language primitive, and it's actually going to use the wire protocol prepare, just because that's just how it works. So we kind of prepare the statement, we execute it, and then we do a bunch of other stuff. So that's the idea. What I actually wanted to do further, which I haven't done just yet, is I actually wanted to add this new configuration to the default list of configurations. So it just automatically runs for every for every file that we have available. And so I'm going to do that now, and we're going to run all of these tests and like see what happens. And hopefully maybe we'll find some like broken stuff, which would be great because we always love finding broken stuff if we can do it. So where do we define this default list? I guess it's here. So default config names, local, local, local. We're going to add a new one, local prepared, and we can put it here, I guess. Which probably also means we should reorder the one that we added earlier just to keep it kind of clean and neat. So we'll put it here. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can go over here to our terminal.
I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing.
Strictly needed to use queries with user input without any string interpolation. Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, in a certain sense, like you have to have a driver that helps you with the string interpolation problem no matter what, right? Because if your driver was wrong or implemented poorly, you could, I mean, the extended protocol itself is like delimited, right? So you could imagine somebody being sneaky and with a poorly written driver could inject wire protocol commands via their query parameters. So obviously like there is some string interpolation guards in every driver. That being said, like since there is such a thing, you could imagine a driver would do the same work via SQL prepare and execute, and it would be just as safe, right? If the driver was implemented properly. It's just sort of where that string interpolation protection is implemented. Is it in the SQL level or in the wire protocol level? What is up, Mateus? We need to update our project, I think. So we're gonna say commands edit project. Yeah, it might. That's a good point. Yeah, it probably is length prefixed. Either way, you see what I'm saying though. Like the driver does help you out with it. So we're gonna say fixing some bugs with prepared statements and cursors interacting badly. We're gonna link this PR that we just sent. Okay. Let's go ahead and, how are we going to go about doing this?
Everybody knows that relational databases don't scale because they use joins, and write to disk.
What up?
What up? Null Bitmap, thank you for the 22 months. Thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. I want you to know that there's a new emote for you to play around with. It's called the Party Gopher. And there's also another new emote, and it's called Questions. So the mods are unionizing. I am worried about that. As the streamer, I have to watch out for unionized mods, but I actually support unions, especially amongst my mods. So yeah, hit me up. Hit me up. See what you can do. Are you guys going to try to negotiate? Isn't this a good emote to have in chat? I feel like it's really solid. Yeah. And I think you're the one who told me about it as well, so thank you for that. Okay. So we're testing. That's what we're gonna do. What I want to do is kind of run a bunch of these logic tests using. I didn't. I probably should, huh? I think this large D2 party gopher one is at least public domain, but I suppose this one is not. So I should do that. I did it for this one, which I also got from a comic. I emailed them, and I was like, do you mind if I use your comic as an emote on my stream? And they were like, we literally don't care. Like, do whatever you want. But it's a good point. I'll thank you for keeping me honest. I will email the questions guy. See if they respond. Lacoste, what's up? How's it going? So let's try to run some tests with this auto prepare machine. Let's try to run some tests with this auto prepare machine. Basically, we're just going to do like this, I think. And see what happens. Is this going to work? I don't know. I mean, if you're an alligator fan, like maybe Lacoste is the right brand to choose, right? Trying to find a database that works well in a serverless setting. I have just the database for you, my friend. It's called CockroachDB Serverless. Oh, hell yeah. This is what I love to see. So this is called, there's definitely some bugs somewhere. TechCrunch disrupt. This is called a panic. Finding panics is the name of the game, I think. Gotta get to the top of this big panic message. Okay, this is a pretty big panic message. Oh my god, it's in fact so big that it scrolled off the top of my screen. Well, that's going to be trouble. So what should I do about this? I guess I can pipe it to less. Oh, this is fantastic. This is like a major boon. I'm very excited about this. Panic was very apt. What's up, Chachi? Very apt for that output. Yeah, I think that okay, this is a side note, but do you have a mouse with a scroll wheel clutch? This thing, you got to get one of these Logitech mice that has like a clutch, because you hit this button. Normally it's like, you know, you press it a little bit and it scrolls a little bit and then stops, right? But if you engage that clutch, it just spins free, baby. Spins free. It's like pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Jay Rasmus is learning Golang. This stack trace motivates you. That is awesome. Love your 502 for that reason, exactly. Single store is what they used to call memSQL, right? Look, you're looking. So, Carwin, how come you're looking away from moving? How come you're looking at moving away from Dynamo? Actually, I'm very curious about that. Because people tend to like Dynamo, I think. Okay, we've got to figure out. Oh, this is actually a prepare. This is exactly the thing that I'm sort of talking about. Like, this is a prepare during the execution of prepare, which seems like really bizarre. And it doesn't surprise me, because I actually identified this as being one of the potential issues that nobody's noticed, because like, I don't know if you normally want to prepare, you know what I mean? Like, that's not normal. So it probably doesn't really matter much, but you know, we're gonna fix it. So where does this thing live? Prepare.go. Is it this? No. Where does that stuff live? I guess I can find out over here. Looks like, wait, crap. Exec prepare. Um, 126. So wait a minute. I don't understand. Okay, so this actually happens. Actually, sort of remember, like it's a little bit odd. The way that we use the way that we execute the SQL prepare is kind of this odd special case. And I think what might be happening, actually don't know what might be happening. I guess what's actually happening, the reason that this panics is probably that we pass a nil to something that shouldn't get a nil, something like that. Like this T is probably nil. Or T.internal type is nil or something like that. It's a data store, not a database. Lacking locks and transactions that are required for data integrity. Turns out that it's something that we care about. Yeah, so this is the great NoSQL revolution, right? What happened is that everyone is like, okay, holy crap, we need to scale, we need to scale, we need to scale. These SQL databases don't scale. We need to go to NoSQL because it's simple. And yeah, we don't need that weird like transaction crap. Like it's useless. Like foreign keys, we don't need that. You know, keeping things consistent, we don't really need that. It doesn't matter. We just need to scale. So that was NoSQL. And then people are starting to realize like, oh wait, it's actually really convenient to have transactions and referential integrity and stuff like that, because it just prevents errors, right? Eventual consistency, it does work, but you have to try so hard. And the way that people make it work at big companies is that they've just worked on it for years and years and years, designing a system that is, you know, kind of resilient to this eventual consistency stuff. But it's actually quite hard to do that, especially for, you know, if you're trying to build an application quickly, or you're just a developer trying to live, you know, trying to do your job, and you have to like learn about how to exactly defend against eventual consistency. It's quite hard. You know, you have to go to all sorts of crazy lengths, like making, you know, you can use like the CQRS pattern or like idempotent commands and stuff like that to like try to get around this stuff. But it takes a lot of work. Or like the Lambda architecture. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that was all about preventing some of these problems that you get with eventual consistency. But it turns out that there's scalable SQL now. So there's lots. Cockroach is definitely not the only scalable SQL solution, but it's obviously the one that I like to shill because I work there or whatever. But there, you know, there's plenty of them. And I think that the world deserves scalable SQL 100%. It deserves a SQL database that you can just use and it just scales and you just don't have to worry about it. And there's, luckily for us, plenty of those out there right now. So it's a good time to be in data systems, I think. All right, so what is the deal with this exactly?
Data banks.
Let's take a look at where this is actually even coming from in our tests. Prepare query string. Cockroach has been your go-to database for a few years now. Hell yeah, I love to hear that, Lumetti. Thanks for chatting about it. That makes me feel very happy. So we're trying to basically prepare the execution of prepare. Kadewu, there's an article here about that if you want to check it out. Why CockroachDB and Go? Okay, so we're trying to prepare this prepare, and we run into trouble when we're doing what exactly? I definitely don't understand totally what's going on here, honestly. If the client did not provide an OID type hint, then infer the OID. So this is about figuring out the types of the parameters to the statement, I guess. or something. What I guess I don't understand here is like, why are we... Okay. First of all, let's come back over here and just run the test on its own without any of the other extra crap. So we're gonna run config local prepared. We're gonna run files equals inverted index or something like that. Does CockroachDB have a managed service that is hosted in customer-controlled infrastructure? The answer is not really, unfortunately, although we've heard about people needing that. But we do, I mean, we do have various ways of like making that secure that, to be honest, I don't totally understand. I think that you would be best, yeah. You should ask a question like that to someone else. Like maybe you could ask in our community Slack or our forum or something like that, because to be honest, I don't know the best way to answer that question because I don't know. Your first Cockroach cluster is now running with 3 years, 47 days uptime. Are you serious? That's actually so awesome. That is amazing. That is literally sweet. I need to screenshot that for my records. That is so cool. Oh, wow. That is an awesome thing. That makes me very excited. 3 years. I'm actually almost like shocked. That's like a really long time. That is so cool. Okay. So the question here that I've got. Is this happening? Is this happening during the prepare phase of this prepared statement, or is it happening during the execute phase of this prepare statement? I think what I need to do is probably add some more logging so that I can figure out what's going on here. So let me add some more logging here real quick. I'm going to add logs basically in our test framework. And I'm going to put it here. So I'm going to say log.infof preparing statement p.sql. Then I'm going to say executing statement p.sql. I need to pass in the context, of course. I don't have a context. That is bogus. Do I really not have a context? What is up with that? That is shocking to me. I guess I just make a new one. Okay. That's fine. You gotta have a context. That's one thing about Go code. You always have a context in context, usually. Okay. Okay, so right before we crash, it seems like we are still in the prepare phase. So it's during... Does this make sense? Exec command, exec prepare. Oh, I see. So we actually, yeah. We are literally in the prepare phase here. So when it says, it's a little bit confusing, but when we say exec prepare, it isn't really exec anything. It's just should be called like prepare, or it's like do the preparing. It's not execute the prepared statement. It's do the preparing. And so what does it mean to prepare a prepare? What in the heck does it mean to prepare a prepare? I don't know. Let's try to think about it. And what is going wrong? I guess we can maybe just add some more, even more debugging here. Basically, our hypothesis right now is that when we get down to here, T is just like a non-thing. T is like a non-thing, and T becomes a non-thing when this placeholder types info thing has like insufficient information. So I think what I'll do is just print out a bunch of stuff here, basically. So we're gonna say debug.infof, or rather log.infof. We'll say context. We'll say like no OID type hint inferring, and we're gonna print out a bunch of crap, basically. So we're gonna print out
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
T itself. And I think that, yeah, I think this should maybe be fine. Let's just go ahead and retry this test now that we've got the extra logging.
Sometimes I wish we could vanish or something.
Okay, so we've got a bunch of extra logs to scroll through, but that's fine. And in the end, what we're getting is preparing statement, prepare query, blah, blah, blah. No OID type hint inferring 00 nil. Okay, so well, this is definitely something interesting to look at, right? 00 nil is always something that is kind of funny. So we didn't infer anything. And unfortunately, what's worse is that whatever is inside of this prepared thing is not even correct. So perhaps what's actually happening here is that this guy, when we actually run the whatever this is doing, we don't get back valid type information. Maybe that's what's to look into next. I will say, if anybody's like thinking about using Cockroach, just trying it out, the very easiest and quickest way to try out CockroachDB is to use our serverless product, because it's free forever up to a certain amount of usage and a certain amount of storage. So I definitely recommend signing up for serverless and trying things out there. It's just a lot easier than any other alternative, and it's free. Yeah, so big yeah, I recommend that. Okay, so yeah, we're doing all this stuff. Just to me, it kind of feels like we shouldn't actually be getting into this state. Like if we're
Computers hooked into
I guess the first thing that I should actually do here, is like file a bug about this. Prisma support is, I think it's in beta, but it is actually on Prisma's website now. So you should check this out as a thing. Or it's in preview. It's in preview on their end. Let me actually just start with filing a bug here. That'll help. SQL. Running prepare, or it's like running prepare via a wire protocol. Prepare panics the server. SQL prepare via wire protocol prepare panics the server. If you run a SQL level prepare statement, e.g. prepare X as select 1 via the extended protocol, the server panics with the following stack trace. So wire protocol, it basically means the way that you interact with the database is with a special protocol. And we call that the wire protocol. So for example, when you connect, you have to send like an bunch of authentication messages, and the database will respond. It's sort of just like what we call the language that it talks. If that makes sense. What gets sent over the wire? That's probably a more concise way of explaining it. Yeah, exactly. Good joke. I like that. I like that joke. Reminds me of another joke. Not going to share it though. You're just gonna have to imagine what I'm thinking. Close in meaning to binary protocol. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just, I mean, anything is a wire protocol, right? If you think about it hard enough, even REST is a wire protocol. Like TCP is a wire protocol. It just means like, what are the bytes that are sent and what do they mean? And we happen to use what we call the Postgres wire protocol. And that's the idea of that. Okay. So what the heck though? We're still confused. We're deeply confused. We're deeply confused. If placeholder hints are nil, then we do a bunch of stuff. Is that true in this case? I don't know. Why don't we print out some extra stuff? So we're gonna print out log.infof ctx prepare hints. We're gonna say placeholder hints. Raw hints. I don't even know what these things are, honestly, but we're gonna find out. Placeholder hints, raw hints. And then what? We do a bunch of other stuff. Then we do populate prepared. It analyzes and type checks the query and populates statement.prepared. Okay, that seems quite relevant considering that this placeholders is the thing that contains the one that is broken. So I think we do have to pay attention to this. Absolutely. Get these placeholder hints. We init it. We check placeholder arity. We set stuff. I don't even know what this stuff does, man. I really don't. Type hints equals type hints. Oh, the type hints are passed in. Placeholder hints are passed in. This thing is passed in. So we've got to figure out what's happening to this. Process placeholder annotations. Wait, it's actually sent. Okay, wait. Let's just run what we've got here and see what actually goes on. Let's find out. Am I able to use a step through debugger to debug this? Yes, I am. I suppose I could be doing that. I think it's just a little bit irritating to catch the moment that it's happening because there's a bunch of other stuff going on in the tests. But you know, it's kind of a good point. If this fails again, then I will switch to debugger mode. Sometimes I find it more useful to be in a printf debugging mode, and sometimes not. What does chat think? Who's a printf debugger fan, and who's a debugger fan? Okay, actually, this is a perfect time for a poll. I'm gonna make a poll for this just because we like to do this. Okay, do you prefer printf debugging or debugger debugging? Printf debugger duration 2 minutes. Start poll. Why not both? That's a fair answer. I'm a both guy. But sometimes people are passionate. I don't know. I debug my printf. Okay, so what happens is that we get everything is nil. Doesn't really help anything. Doesn't really help anything at all. doesn't make any sense either, because I think that it does end up having... Had I removed the title bar in Windows, or is it a tile manager? No, it's just I think that this Windows terminal preview supports no title bar, but you can't always do that for all programs or anything like that. So I think it's just this program has a mode for it. Okay, so let's go ahead. We're gonna try this out. I think it's a good point. Whoever suggested it, it's a very good point. So we're going to let's see. We're gonna copy this inverted index test. And we're gonna make a new test file called blah, which is always a great name for a test. We're gonna edit our blah test. We're gonna delete like 90% of this. We just need to get to where we're doing this prepare.
The data bank's too big.
Although now that I think about it, I wonder if I could even make a simpler
by guessing.
Case that breaks. I wonder if I literally just do something like printf wins with 56%. Well, there you go. But I think that most people seem to be pretty sensible and want to be able to do both. So that's great. So we're going to do prepare string as select star. We're going to just do select 1, 2, something like this. And we're going to see if this actually crashes as well. I kind of think it probably will, but let's find out. File is equal to blah. And then depending on what happens here, we're going to use the debugger to debug it. Depends on the environment. Says your repent. And hello and welcome, by the way. If it's hard to repro in a dev environment, maybe adding printf is the way to go. Yeah, that's a good point. You can't really use a debugger in prod. That is a great point. Okay, so we do have the same crash. And at this point, it does seem like it should be fairly easy to debug this. So we're going to go back over here. We're going to edit our little configuration here, and then we're going to put our blah test here. And this needs to be local prepared. Then we're going to go ahead and stick a breakpoint in this. I think this just seems like a good place to do it. And we'll see if this actually works. Stops and rerun. I guess I was doing this just before the stream as well. Okay, to fix this, we have to run dev generate real quick. Debugger plus Vim. Hydron, what's up? Good to see ya. Hydron is my hype beast. He's my, or they are my, what are they? The hype beast, you know? It's like you imagine, roll up to your stream, join the stream, and somebody every time is like, sexy beast, sexy beast. Start feeling good, you know? That's Hydron. So the reason we have to run this dev generate thing, by the way, is that we have a bunch of generated code, and the IDE does not know how to run itself unless the generated code is up to date. Kind of makes sense. You can't tell me what to do, Lacoste. You definitely cannot tell me what to do. I'll touch my hero if I want to, you know? That would be my secret power for Love Island. when I join Love Island UK season 20, I will simply touch my hair all the time and everyone's gonna just totally go wild. Don't tell me I'm the only person in the entire chat of 100 people who watches Love Island. That would be really embarrassing for me.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
So Love Island is, it's a reality dating show that started in the UK, where basically invite a bunch of hot singles to like a beautiful island resort and force them to couple up with each other. And it's just like a drama reality show. But it's super good. It's super good. It's definitely like bad, but it's good bad, if you know what I mean. It's trashy, but it's really good. I really think that they get a lot of real human emotions going by, you know, forcing them to stir up drama and stuff like that. But I think it's entertaining. It's definitely entertaining. Okay, so this is finished. Let's go back to our editor and we're gonna try this debugger thing again. Do they actually couple up? So some of them do, some of them don't, right? So like some of them, I think like you're forced to, it's kind of like a voting thing, right? The public's like, who's the best couple? And you don't have to be a couple if you're in a Love Island couple, but a lot of them obviously do end up coupling up for realsies. I don't know if any of them have actually lasted though, to be honest. I think some of them leave being like, we're gonna be together on the outside, and then they like probably break up. I think that this show struggles a little bit with people's mental health. I think like once you're on this show, you're like extremely famous at that point. You know, you have like millions of followers and fans and stuff like that. And so a lot of them like get a lot of plastic surgery, and so it's like pretty shallow as a show, to be honest. So like you can imagine, but there's some struggles probably. Okay, so is this, where are we at over here? See, I think I'm a little bit nervous that like, yeah, see, this is what I was a little bit afraid of here. We don't want to be looking at any of these random statements here because they are irrelevant to us. So we need to continue until we get to the statement that we're actually debugging here, which is quite unfortunate, I would say. This is exactly the sort of thing that is a bummer about debugger debugging as opposed to printf debugging. I suppose I could insert some kind of like conditional breakpoint thing. Yeah, exactly. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. So the condition is going to be statement dot, I don't even know if this really works, but we'll find out. Statement dot statement summary. Statement, I don't even know. Yeah. Statement no contents is equal to prepare. What is it again? Prepare query. I think I have to maybe put this into parentheses or something. Oh, it just needs a double equal, obviously. Okay, we'll see if this works. Wow, look at that. Good call from Carwin. I would not say that being on Love Island is part of my bucket list, Lisa. Let's definitely not go that far. It was just a funny scenario to imagine. Definitely don't go that far. Okay, so now what the heck? Now we're in this good spot. We're gonna continue along. Let's take a look at our type hints or whatever. These are empty. We know that these are empty, right? You know, I do that they asked to be on The Bachelor, but I'm assuming that means he turned them down. No way. Okay, so we're gonna continue past this. Oh yeah, another. He thought it would destroy his career. Dude, he's probably right. He's probably right. You don't want to mess with that. Like anything could happen. It's totally random. Like maybe he would become a character that nobody remembered ever. But like, what if he got into some fake manufactured drama that like turned the public against him? That definitely is a big risk. So it's I think it's legit that you would be afraid of that. Okay, so here we are inside of this prepare thing. If the origin is wire, which should be true in this case, then we're gonna reset whatever. Infof, we did that already. If the placeholder hints is nil, true, we create something. And then we just set a bunch of stuff here. Wait, what happened? How did that? Oh, it's just empty. Okay, so we make an empty placeholder hints array. It would definitely destroy his current relationship. Yeah, that's accurate. That is, well, I bet there's some couples out there. I bet there's some couples out there in the world where if one of them got the chance to go on The Bachelor, the other one would be like, you know what, go for it. And they could pretend stuff all they wanted, and then they would still be fine outside of the show. I bet there's some couples out there like that. I have faith in the human race. I actually, there's this really good YouTube show, which is kind of like, okay, so basically here's what happened. And don't ask me how I figured this out, but I'll tell you. But don't ask. There's a YouTube show, which is it's like a amateur created The Bachelor for undergraduates at BYU called Provo's Most Eligible. So it's basically like the Mormon Bachelor. And it's just a hilarious show. I definitely recommend checking out Provo's Most Eligible. And the reason that I found this out was that there was a Twitch streamer who was watching it on stream, and so I watched it along with that Twitch streamer, and it was really awesome. Have I seen the Bachelor Nathan For You episode? I might have. It's ringing a bell, but I can't remember. I'm sure that would be unreal. Okay, so basically what we have here is a nil placeholder hint entry array. And so let's go ahead and see what happens in this process placeholder annotations function here. Okay, a bunch of nothing. For each of the placeholders in the type hints, which are these basically two nil things, we say if they're not hit nil, then we do something. So they're nil in both cases, so we skip. We run walk statement with this placeholder annotation visitor. How does this guy work? This thing works. So I think the way that this works is that it searches for placeholders. So let's go ahead and set another breakpoint and continue. Well, okay, we didn't hit the breakpoint, and so now we have to start all over. That's okay. It's called the hunk. That is funny. Now, I really wish that I had a reversible debugger to play with, like RR, but unfortunately I do not. To be honest, I'm still like a little bit confused about what should be happening, which is making this debugging go less well than I really would like. Like, I think, what is this supposed to do? So process placeholder annotations performs an order independent global Oh, you know what it is? You know what I think this is about? I think I know what this is about, and it's not great. The problem with this is that when you prepare a statement that is itself a prepare, it's ambiguous whether the $1, $2 placeholder things are for the inside prepare or the outside prepare. And I think that that causes major problems, and that's probably the reason that this is broken. And so I think the fix here is to detect when we're preparing a prepare statement and not try to replace any of the placeholders. I actually don't know. I'm actually quite curious if we are discussing that. Shouldn't it prepare just throw an error? Yeah, I don't know. But I don't think so is the thing, because you have to be able to prepare because the extended protocol forces you to prepare everything. Yeah, that was the thing I was going to check next. So prepare SQL Postgres. So I'm just looking for something that says extended protocol or anything like that. And it doesn't, unfortunately, doesn't say anything about extended protocol. I suppose that I could write a test for this. Maybe I should just write a quick test for this. Let me start up. Oh yeah, check this out. So here's a new thing. Sometimes I have to hide my screen, right? Because I've got a password that I'm going to enter or something like that. And, you know, it'll show up on the fingers. But I found this new way of pixelating your screen so you can't see it. Oh wait, but I didn't apply it to the keyboard. So this is actually pointless. But I think this is a really cool way to hide sensitive information on the screen. Just like mega pixelate it. In the meantime, let me just hide this thing so I can enter my password. Okay. So I guess what I should do here is write a test by going over here. We could just reuse this other test that we were using. Cursor test. And guess what I can do here is say func test pg prepare t testing.t. I'm just going to run I know that you can reverse pixelation, but I feel like at a certain point like there's too little information to be able to recover it, right? I don't know. I could make the pixels even bigger, I guess. I don't know. What do people think? So db is equal to go SQL dot. How do you? I don't even know how to use this interface thing. OpenDB. For the screen, it's fine. Yeah, I think like ideally my secret screen, I would have a separate scene for the secret screen that would just totally hide the keyboard, and then just pixelate the screen or something like that. Log into my bank account. What about enter my? What about open my MetaMask? That's like way more of a topical thing, right? PostgreSQL. Databases were not meant to exist. Data source name. So I guess it's going to be localhost 54. What is it again? What is the default for this thing? I've like forgotten everything. I'm not like barely a programmer anymore. It's 5432. Okay, so 5432. I think it looks like this. Maybe. We'll find out. We'll find out. If error is not equal to nil, t dot fatal error. Didn't Tailscale say they were using a big JSON file as the database at the beginning? Yeah, but I think they've probably outgrown that at this point. If I had to guess, I'm fairly sure that they would have outgrown that. So we're going to say db prepare x as select 1, 2. Foo error. Foo dot execute. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and run dev test. Except this is test prepare. Is Postgres better than MySQL? I think that they're probably hard to say is something better than something else. It's a nuanced question. Depends on your use case, Tochi. Tailscale's JSON-DB hit 200 megabytes plus before they switched over to a SQLite. What's up, Morgan? I stopped playing Semantle because it was too hard. I played it for a couple days and I stopped. I was just like, this is too painful. Can't deal with this. MySQL doesn't really care about data integrity. Is that true? Okay, so it seems like this actually worked fine. So to me, this says that basically we definitely shouldn't crash. We know that we shouldn't be crashing, and we should probably be able to do this properly. So actually, out of curiosity, what happens if we run it twice? It should fail the second time. But it didn't fail the second time, which I find very suspicious. Am I not actually running the test, perhaps? Test PG, prepare. Okay, so I just wasn't running the test. Let's fix that. Unknown driver Postgres. Now it's time to figure out if I can actually figure out how to use GoSQL. Yeah, I think Tailscale is a CockroachDB fan. It seems like it. Does management ever regret naming it CockroachDB? No. Missing equals in connection info screen, dude? Like what? I don't even know how to use anything. I really don't. Okay. Go SQL database. Go database SQL tutorial. Let's see that. How does one even use this thing? I literally do not know. You have to do this. I don't think we have to do that in this case. Why does there need to be an equals? Okay, wait. Let's add another thing to our string here. Oh, it's like a weird thing like this? What the heck, dude? That's actually so weird. I don't even know what this is about. Okay, we're just gonna copy this, even though it doesn't really make that much sense to me. That is fine. And so we can just go ahead and do like localhost port equals 5422, user equals Jordan. No password, no DB name, or I think DB name is Jordan too or something like that. Let's just try something like this. And we don't need this format.sprintf either, because yeah, we definitely don't. Definitely don't. PC equal con. Okay, try again. How do you test the distributed database use cases? It's a good question. We talked about that a little bit. There's all sorts of different ways that we test the database. So a simple way that we test the distributedness of the database is password authentication failed. I literally don't have a password on this thing, dude. What does that even mean? Password authentication failed? Do I just put password equals Jordan 2 or something? One simple way that we test the distributed nature of CockroachDB is we have an in-memory test harness that allows you to have like multiple nodes sitting around in memory. And we've built all sorts of complicated testing on top of that framework. That's one thing. Another thing is that we also run a lot of full-scale, actual distributed tests using just, programs. You spin up some Cloud VMs or Dockers or something like that, and you run tests against that environment. It's just those are quite a bit more expensive. So we try to make that in-memory test harness as good as we possibly can, because it's just so much quicker, cheaper, and easier to write tests against an in-memory thing than a non-in-memory thing. Local user auth instead? Yeah, I don't actually... Can I maybe like set the password? I don't actually know how to use Postgres is a funny thing. So Postgres set user password. SSL mode is equal to disable. I feel like that's not gonna do the trick, but it might. Okay, in the meantime, what we're also gonna do is we're gonna say psql alter. What about the password though? Alter user Jordan with password.
Everybody knows that relational
Jordan.
databases don't scale
That seems to
because
work.
they use joins.
Emulator.
Join.
What's up?
joins,
Thank you for the
and write
22
to
months.
disk.
2. Large 2 ancient.
Enjoy this party gopher. This is not against Cockroach. So this is actually against Postgres, which is the reason that I'm struggling. Well, I'd probably be struggling for other reasons too, to be honest, but prepared statement already exists. Okay, so there we go. The issue was that I don't know how to do the non-password auth thing. Okay, so at this point, what do we know? We know that we definitely should be supporting this thing somehow. And we just need to probably fix it in the way that I was thinking, which is where, like, if you're preparing a prepare, you ignore the placeholders is kind of what it's about. That's what I'm thinking. I basically think that we should have like a special little exclusion for it because it is a weird special case. Except actually, to be honest, now I'm a little bit confused again. So do we ever get to this? This spot? We do, right? Let's try this one more time to take a look at. Does Postgres ignore the placeholders? I think it definitely does because like you can't execute. I'm assuming what it does is it just treats the placeholders as part of the inner prepare because there's no arguments to prepare except for the statement that you're preparing, right? So there's no like spots that you could be filling in. And I think like semantically then it would only make sense that you would be preparing the, oh dude, what if you could, no, this is definitely not going to work, but what if I was like, yeah, no, never mind. I think semantically it only really makes sense that the placeholders would be part of the inner prepare. Is there a way to use the test to understand how Postgres is handling a prepare for prepare? I don't know. What do you guys think? I actually don't totally know how I would test that further, honestly. I really don't. I think I can just nicely assume it. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty darn sure, to be honest. So taking a look at this stack trace, we end up dying in this add prepared statement thing, which is outside of this or inside of this? It's like outside of this. Basically, I think that when we return this prepared statement, this thing should not contain any placeholders. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. I could use Wireshark, but what would I be trying to learn? I don't know. I think that I don't think that I have anything to learn by doing that. I could certainly do it, but I don't think that I would learn anything. What we really need to do here is carefully figure out where we're deciding that there are any placeholders in the prepare of the prepare and fix that so that there's 0 placeholders in the prepare of the prepare. That is the key thing here, the absolutely key thing. At this point, we know that we have 0 things. We have no hints and we have no raw type hints, which is correct. We do a bunch of stuff here. We still have everything being nil. And this is the key thing. This statement.num placeholders thing, this is what's broken at this point. This statement.num placeholders thing I think is set to 2, but it actually shouldn't be. It should be set to 0. So we need to figure this out. Where is this actually done here? It's set, wow, it's actually set like in a really low place. I think, okay, rather than editing it there, perhaps what we should be doing is saying, like, maybe over here. Well, so we can say switch statement.ast case. It's like a tree.prepare. Tree.type. If it's a prepare, special case, our prepare statement, I guess special case, we're preparing a prepare using a SQL level prepare using the wire protocol. Protocol. We need to, it's basically, how do we phrase this? There's an ambiguity from the perspective of this code. Any placeholders that are inside of the statement that we're preparing might appear to be shouldn't be treated as placeholders to the prepare statement, if that makes any sense. So we edit the num placeholders field to be 0 here. I think that this will not alone fix the problem, but we're getting down to the path of goodness. Okay, so let's go ahead and rerun the test just to make sure that this doesn't actually fix the problem, which I don't think it will. And I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Don't do it. Split keyboards are the best, though. We love split keyboards. All right. Too many types provided. My keyboard is missing half its keys. Well, so is yours, sir. Don't insult my keyboard. It's despicable behavior. Absolutely despicable. Too many types provided. Too many types provided. What is this? What the heck is this? Too many types provided. Aha! This is handling the SQL level prepare. Isn't there like a new Kinesis Advantage coming out or something? New Kinesis keyboard. Split Kinesis. So there you go. Best of both worlds. You ordered a split keyboard 3 days ago? Which one did you get, Kadiwu? Open source firmware? What's up, Prime? Kinesis 360, the Moonlander. These are all good things. These are all good things. I feel like that this guy here, this guy's gonna be next level. People are gonna be pumped about this thing. March or April, is it a Moonlander or a Kinesis or what? But this thing is gonna be sick. This thing, people are gonna go absolutely bonkers for this thing. The 360. So does it give you that good? It gives you that good? That ZMK good? So let's talk about something though. Oh, you're a sponsored marketing model? Wow, dude. That's I don't even know what to tell you. That is amazing. But let's talk about ZMK for a second, because you got your QMK, you got your ZMK, and what is this? Like, why? Oh, they even have a comparison. And so listen. Every time that there's a website out there that has like a comparison table, every single time what you can expect is that the thing that you're talking about is going to have a check mark on all of the boxes. So it's like, what's the point of making these comparison tables, honestly? Because you just create them to support only the features that you like on your thing, and like everybody else doesn't support that. So it's very, very doofy stuff, to be honest. But it seems like, Bluetooth support. Is that important? I think the key is that you just don't get Bluetooth shit. That's my opinion on matters. Got to use those wires. They move a lot more quickly. They move that data faster than Bluetooth does. So that's my take on all of this stuff. That's my take on all this stuff. Okay, so basically preparing the prepare is problematic because maybe what's happening is that we've saved ourselves from this crash because we've reset the number of placeholders to 0. But then perhaps we copy this number of placeholders from the outer statement into some inner statement that we end up actually saving, so that the next time that we actually go ahead and execute this thing, it no longer like works properly. So that's my current hypothesis. Wires give you that good. That's exactly right, Morgan. Thank you for explaining. Yeah, I think Bluetooth is just, I think it's not just Linux that it's bad on, right? It's like even the best company. Can we agree that like probably the pinnacle of Bluetooth is like the AirPod, right? Everyone's like, My AirPods, they're so good, the Bluetooth. But even with an AirPod, if you like try to move it between devices, sometimes it just gets confused. It's permanently confused. It's permanently broken, right? So like even the pinnacle of Bluetooth still has like a crappy Bluetooth implementation is the sense that I get. So, you know, maybe it's time to move on. Maybe it's time that we should all be using like Wi-Fi Max or whatever to connect all of our devices. I think we should be using Wi-Fi Max or infrared. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah, I feel like, Matt, something that you would do is like implement your own Bluetooth stack. Maybe you should implement your own Bluetooth stack that's better than every other Bluetooth stack out there. And you should write it in Go. And did that make any sense? I feel like that doesn't make any... That might not make any sense, right? Because you have to like have a device. It's not just software. But I feel like you should do it. I feel like that'd be sick. Some open source Bluetooth stuff. You know? And that's a challenge, my friend. I know what your next stream is going to be. Where last stream you were working on layer 2, right? Let's get into layer 1.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you gonna
I don't know
do
what
that? By
AFKCM is,
guessing.
but it sounds bad. All right, so let's go ahead and quickly figure out here. The physical layer is magic. Dude, actually, speaking of the physical layer, this is such a tangent, but it's so interesting. Have you guys ever tried to figure out how 5G works? Have you guys ever tried to figure out how even LTE works, or like 3G or any of this stuff? It is literally crazy. It's literally crazy. If you think about it, you have like all these cell phones running around, like hundreds or thousands of cell phones or millions of cell phones, right? Like I live in New York City, a very dense place. There's so many cell phones. They're all working. They're all like transmitting at the same time and listening at the same time. There's like some base stations. Like, how does that even work? They have a little they have like a little frequency band that they're all using, right? It's like, I'm sure there's, you know, there's like a lot of math behind it, right? So good for those smart people who figure that stuff out. But like, I don't even understand it. It's like, it's beyond my capabilities to understand. It's kind of how I feel about it. 5G, yeah, that's the other thing. Like once you've got the vaccine, you are another person that's connected to that 5G. So that's something that you have to think about as well. That's why you should all get that vaccine, by the way, because it improves your cell phone gets a little faster. You can hear the radio sometimes if you really listen. It's quiet out. When I got my booster, I did not get any 6G, but I'm not sure actually. You might want to check. Yeah, I don't know if they've done a study on that one just yet. You guys, I just want you to say, I just want to quickly point out that you should be getting your vaccine. For realsies though. You get the vaccine. I'm just joking around about the 5G stuff. Obviously, get your vaccine. Thank you. Cool. Bye. Right. Thing about LTE and Wi-Fi is that amazing speeds assume absolutely no other traffic. Yeah, that's fair. But here's the other thing though. Like in all actuality, like you can walk around New York City with your cell phone and you can still download a lot of data really fast, right? So like the promised speeds aside, it doesn't really matter. Like in practicality, it actually really works effectively, which is sweet in my opinion. Absolutely sweet. There was a good Hacker News article where this guy like deconstructed a like network capture or something like that of an LTE connection. And I was actually like, holy shit, dude. Like you have to use, it's a lot of like complex numbers up in there. My math people in the chat. I wonder if I can find that. Decoding LTE blog. Site news.ycombinator.com. Okay, I don't know. Ah! I found it. Okay, check this article out. This article is the next level article. It's like, I don't even... Like this guy, whoever figured this stuff out is like just absolutely out of control, ridiculous. Like you start reading this article, you're like, okay, well, this is impressive. Then it keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. And they actually figured out how to, I mean, I don't even know. I didn't understand this at all, but I was really impressed. I would definitely recommend checking that out if you're interested, to figure out how wild all of this stuff really is. Okay. 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 I think the key thing that we've got to do here is fix this over here. You see this? Okay, so basically, when we set our prepared statement to the wait a minute. I no longer know if I know what I'm talking about. Because the truth is that at this point, we're preparing this thing. This thing happens to be a prepare itself. And we actually do want to propagate the fact that there's no placeholders to this. Because there aren't. So I don't know what to say. I think what we need to do is actually, okay, when we actually need to like capture the state over here. So when we see this too many types provided message, I actually want to stop in the debugger over there. So too many types. I want to stop right here. Okay. Let us start over. Let us start over in our debugger, try to see what's going on. Docsys. I have no idea what docsys is. ADSL runs over wet string. Okay, so when we get this message, too many types provided, where we are is where? What is our stack? We're in exec statement in open state. We're in exec statement. We're in exec portal. So this is in the execution phase of the extended protocol. So we've finished running our prepare of our prepare, and now we're running our execute of our prepare. And the thing that we are actually executing is what? What? We're executing still our prepare. So that's kind of expected. I think at this stage, we shouldn't have any placeholders because really we're preparing something that has inner placeholders, so to speak, which is confusing. This thing should in fact be 0. So I think that makes sense. But for whatever reason, this s.types is not 0. So I think that's kind of the thing to fix maybe. I don't know, man. I'm honestly like a little bit confused. I'm actually taking it back. I think at this point we should have non-zero placeholders because we're actually running the prepare. We're actually running the prepare. When you don't know something this specific, who do you go for to help? Sometimes there's nobody, man. Sometimes you just gotta set your brain on fire and be your own expert. You gotta be your own expert. But you too can be your own expert. That's kind of one thing that I like to say about programming in general, is that a lot of the time, we're not dealing with 5G wireless technology where to understand it, it's just unfathomable to understand without texts and documents and somebody to teach you math, right? With programming, what can be nice is that most of the time, if you read the software carefully enough and spend enough time thinking and staring at the stuff, you will figure this stuff out. And you can be that person who can teach yourself what's going on. That's my inspirational message of the day. You can be your own expert. But sometimes with code, it's like there's not going to be anybody who understands a bunch of code. Like it's just a bunch of code that's grown up over time and become twisted and deep and complicated and like gross, basically. And so you have to be your own expert. That's my take. That's my take. Okay, I think at this point, we actually need to have non-zero placeholders. Oh, right. So I think what we want to do when we set our prepared statement to the we need to make sure to propagate the original num placeholders if we're preparing a prepare. I think it's something like this, perhaps. Perhaps. So we're gonna say var orig num placeholders. Well, we can just set it immediately. Good real world case studies on how CockroachDB and MongoDB scale in comparison. I don't know. Very possibly, but I actually don't know. I'm not an expert on MongoDB by any means. I do know. Yeah, never mind. I mean, I think a lot of the time people don't necessarily compare CockroachDB and MongoDB directly because they're different database types, right? CockroachDB is a relational SQL database and MongoDB is a document database, which have some different properties that maybe people don't often want to apples compare them for that reason. Hey, that seems to have fixed the problem. How about that? How about that? That's actually sweet. We did it. We were our own expert. Okay. What does scale even mean in this context? I'm guessing you meant like throughput or something like that, right? How much throughput can you put through the database system? Maybe. I don't know. Okay. So let's go ahead and what should we do? Should we add another Go test for this? I feel like we probably should. I think what we should do is make another test over here called SQL prepare test. Make sure that running a wire protocol level prepare of a SQL level prepare doesn't cause any problems. So we're gonna prepare access select 1 2, and let's actually make it something that we can actually execute in the end. So we're gonna make this. I think you have to go like this to make it actually executable. So we're gonna run this, make sure that works. Then we're gonna go ahead and do something like foo error is equal to db.prepare execute x of 3 or 4. And then we'll just basically go like this and just make sure that we get the right answer back. So we can run foo.query row and then make sure that make sure that this is going to be as expected. So we're going to say t.assert. Or is there an assert thing in here? I always forget. Test util. Do we use testify? I don't even remember what we use in this stupid thing. Assert, whatever. I really wish that Go just had an assert built in. I just wish it. I'm sorry. I'm such a Java guy, but I just wish that they had it. I wish that there weren't just random packages that did this. But that's okay. Okay, so we're gonna assert that output is equal to 4. Or 4 is equal to output, rather. Yeah, get your pitchforks. Attack me for my assert opinion. I know it's not the most popular one with Go people, but that's just my opinion. Okay. 2 is equal to 1. Okay. All right. How about this? We good? Run our test. So this thing is going to be called test prepare. Testify is de facto at work, but I will take it any day over any of the god awful bdd.import frameworks. I've never looked at those. I'm curious. Ginkgo test Golang. The microphone is Go Megalol. The microphone is the Electra Voice RE20. Oh, it's like one of these things. It's kind of like a. Oh yeah, yeah. These things are kind of odd. I don't totally understand why people like these things. Ruby is why. Wasn't like the original idea of these was like Golang. The original idea of these was like you could have like PMs write your tests or something like that, right? But I feel like that nobody actually ever does that, right? Like that would be an odd thing. BDD. I don't know. Dom, you're a Ruby guy? That's exciting. This is like an interesting backstory. Your villain backstory is that you actually were a Ruby guy before you were like the Go master. I like that. I could see you being a Ruby guy. There's things that are nice about Ruby, right? Like Ruby, people tend to be really passionate Rubyists. The magic code stuff, it's fun. Magic code is, I think, fun when it's not like super business critical or whatever. Okay, so we wrote a test for this. Very good. We're gonna go ahead and make a commit for it as well. So GD3, delete some of these log infos, get co-p, keep this, delete this, keep this, delete this, keep this. Okay. Then we're gonna go ahead and git add 6 as well. Git add 2 or 3, whatever. Okay. So then we can go ahead and make a commit, git commit. So we're gonna say SQL, don't panic when running prepare of a prepare. I guess when preparing a prepare. Heard about what happened to dgraph. I did hear about what happened to dgraph. That was dramatic. I don't know what to say about it, but it seemed very dramatic. Release note, bug fix. The database no longer crashes when running a SQL prepare via the Postgres extended protocol. You're switching to Cockroach. I mean, dgraph and Cockroach are pretty different databases, right? I actually, yeah, dgraph. I've never tried to use dgraph. But it's like, isn't it sort of like a graph database? Previously, if someone were previously trying to run a prepare statement via the extended protocol, would panic the server. This is no longer the case. Okay. Cool. So let's go ahead and push this. This is a nice, we're making a lot of progress on this stream. Oh crap. Did I just amend the wrong branch though? I did. So let's go ahead and make a new branch for this. Git checkout -b fix prepare, we'll call it. And we're gonna go ahead and stash this stuff. We're gonna git rebase I origin master and then delete this random other one. Then we're gonna repush here. We're gonna make a new PR over here. We're gonna say closes this one. Okay, and then we have to go ahead and undo what we did to our other branch. So git checkout fix cursor prepare, git reset hard like this, git push fmine. Okay. I probably didn't need a GraphDB and SQL would be fine. Now that I saw the scalability, it was a no-brainer, I guess. Love that. That is awesome. That is awesome. What's up, Hacker Mexicano? Happy hacking to you as well. Thanks for stopping in. dgraph didn't even allow sharding a single relation. It just distributed highly normalized tables across your cluster nodes. Interesting. Okay. So now that we've finished this, what we can do is we can, let's go ahead and make a new branch because we do actually need both of these fixes to continue our testing. So we're going to make a new branch called, we can just, well, call it my crap. And we're going to say git cherry pick fix prepare. And we're going to do git stash pop. Then we're going to continue our crusade of running these logic tests with this new local prepared mode, which will hopefully turn up a bunch more issues. We already found one, which is quite exciting. Preparing a prepare. It no longer worked, or it didn't work, but now it does. I think that's pretty cool. Like this. You can use those recursive common table expressions to do your graph traversals. It's a good trick. I do think that is one of the nasty things about SQL is recursive common table expressions. I wouldn't say it's a particularly nice syntax. I would say that it's a pretty horrible syntax, but hey, at least it works, right? Maybe somebody one day will come up with a better way of writing queries that are as expressive as recursive common table expressions. All right, well, we're not done. You don't have any graph use cases, you just thought it was nice. That's actually awesome. Okay, so this is actually a similar problem. We now have a problem where we're running a prepare on an execute. So I guess like wire protocol level prepare and execute and SQL level prepare and execute did not play nicely, and we're discovering that. It's actually no wonder to me that nobody discovered this, because like who would ever use SQL prepare and execute? The answer is nobody. It's kind of an odd feature that, yeah. It's not exactly something that anybody uses, so. But it's nice to fix the bugs anyway. So, okay, let's go ahead and try to understand what's going on here. This is actually kind of a weird one. So this is inside of buffer batch, which is really deep in the stack. friends of friends. Line 1379. This is when we're trying to get format codes. So what is happening here? This is actually when we're running execute of an execute, which is kind of an odd one. The syntax you asked for is data log. Yeah, that's a fair point. Data log does exist. Asking people to learn data log from scratch for their database, though, is a little bit of a big ask, I think. I think what I would prefer is a way to run a data log like query inside of SQL. I think that would be a more popular thing than having people learn to use data log for their entire database query language. But I don't know. That's just my take. It's just my take. Okay, so what's happening here is that we're doing a wire protocol level execute of a SQL level execute. That's what's happening. And for whatever reason, it doesn't work. Execute query A. So let's first at least find where we're running this. It's also in that same inverted index file, huh? It's kind of interesting. You know, it's actually a little odd. You know, it's actually a little odd. I thought I tried to test that actually in my prepare test or whatever, SQL prepare test. Yeah, I thought I tested this. I kind of did. Ruby to Go thinks somebody made a monkey patch library for Go, made a license that said nobody's permitted to use it. Oh yeah, I think I remember. I think I remember seeing this actually. Go monkey patch library. I do not give anyone permissions to use this tool for any purpose. To be honest though, I don't think that this is legally binding. I think that if you use this tool for some purpose, I don't think that anybody would be particularly mad. So it uses unsafe to like basically do insane things. That's awesome. Wow. This is so funny, man. Can you please reconsider? No. Locked, resolved, and limited to collaborators. That is awesome. Good for this person. So how come... Oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet if we go like this, it'll probably break in our test case. So if we send a type hint, I bet it's going to break. So we're going to run dev test. Test prepare. Oh, no worries. I really didn't perceive a delay, to be honest. Okay, so actually... So actually, wait, that succeeded? That's a little bit surprising. What if I get rid of this? See you later, Nami. Thanks for hanging out. That also worked fine. Test, is it called not? It is called test prepare. That's a bit mysterious, huh? What's the difference? What is the difference? Because if I were to run this inverted index thing, I think it's going to crash. So let's first of all just copy and paste this stack trace here. Put it into our issue for safekeeping. So I wonder what the difference is, though. Like, why would that be the case? Presumably, it's not that it's just strings, right? That would be pretty odd if it was just the difference that it's strings. And presumably, it's not also just the number of placeholders. But let's find out.
Databanks.
It really feels like this test isn't actually running. It really feels like this test isn't actually running, doesn't it? Very suspicious. Perhaps there's something wrong with this wrapper that I'm using right now. I'm going to try to use it without the wrapper. I don't even know the syntax of this stuff because I never use it. Is it like this? La 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 la. Yeah. Oh man. Sad. Sad. Yes. This is like the biggest thing that I get shredded on the stream these days is that we use this like bizarro extra complicated build system, which is gonna be sweet, but right now is causing me a bit of a headache. Expected 0 destination arguments in scan, not 1. Expected 0 destination arguments in scan, not 1? Why, though? Oh, I bet it's because, like... What actually happens in the real world if I do this, huh? Yeah, that seems good. I feel like what's going wrong here is, again, that, like... It's probably just this execute Running execute in a prepared statement just seems to be like hella broken. Is basically what I'm thinking right now. If I run this, what happens exactly? So I think in theory, we actually have this source archive that we build on every release that you can download and just run Go stuff on. Not that that would really necessarily help you, but I think we do try to create like a buildable source archive that doesn't need any of the weird build tools. At least last time I checked. But yeah. Oh yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, maybe these source archives have just completely broken then. I don't know. Guess maybe. Build random commits. Yeah. Yeah. I'm confused though. How come I can't figure out a way to repro this?
The databank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing. The databank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing.
That's probably fair. The data bank is too damned big. Okay, I need to figure out a way to repro this. So let's go ahead and at least edit this thing. Then we can run. Expected 1 columns but found 0. Yeah, that's definitely extremely broken. And it's a separate brokenness. Oh, but I wonder if it's sort of a related brokenness because, well, anyway, I think we can maybe dive into this now. We're going to dive in. We're going to deeply dive. Here's what we're going to do to deeply dive. We're going to should be some kind of special case for execute, right? Maybe not. Where's the like oh, here it is. Execute represents an execute statement. So here's our special case. Special top-level handling for execute. This must happen after the handling for explain, analyze, in order to support explain, analyze, execute, which actually is not a thing anymore. We deleted this because it was too complicated to get it right. I don't even know what this is. Wow, look at this kind of cool looking Nix OS label system. It's instead of having a letter prefix, it's a number prefix for labels. That's actually kind of interesting. 0 kind, 1 severity, 2 status, 3 skill, 6 topic. It's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. Fixes the problem where you run out of letter prefixes. Okay, so when we do this execute stuff, I guess the question is, does this happen during a prepared execute or whatever? I think the answer is probably yes. So let's go ahead and try to figure out that next. Special handling. I'm gonna put a breakpoint. Put a breakpoint here. We're gonna run our test. I do wish that I could figure out how to get it to crash though. Like I'm a little bit irritated that I haven't figured that out.
Data banks throughout the world.
How did the other test do that exactly?
Databanks.
Maybe what we could do is the following. What if it's something like this? What if it's like select 3. Can you do like select constant where? Does that work? Select 3 where true? Yeah, you can. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and say select 3 where this. Then we're gonna run query I. Expect that this is going to be a 3. And then make these the same value. Try again. So again, that just fails rather than, I don't quite understand that. How come it fails here but crashes here? Definitely don't understand that. Why would that be the case? It couldn't be because of this funny looking string, could it? Couldn't be, right? It is. Okay, that is weird. I'm definitely confused by that. But that's actually great because it means that we can debug this more easily. And this is file con.go. Okay, so we'll skip this, even though I am sort of interested in it. Or should we take a look at what's going on here? So here's our little execute. We're going to step forward. Here's our prepared statement. Here's our PS. So let's take a look at our PS here. Our PS has a created at, it's got a statement summary, it's got an origin, whatever that is, prepared statement, origin, SQL, prepared metadata, Our statement, no constants is select blah where blah. That seems great. Our statement looks like this. Our AST looks like this, whatever. Our num placeholders looks like this. This all looks fine. Our columns, there's one result column. Its name is empty, which makes sense. And its value should be an integer, or its type should be an integer, which it is. It's not hidden. This all looks good. Inferred types, text and text. I guess this is our input types. So that all looks good to me as well. Perhaps the issue, again, has to do with the fact that when we run a wire protocol level exec portal, there are placeholders that were passed. And when we run a SQL level execute, there are also placeholders, and perhaps those placeholders are like overwriting each other or something weird like that. I feel like it's got to be something like that because the systems are sort of shared. They both use the same system under the hood. So a question is, where are our arguments? Where are our arguments? Well, we have this AST, and so the AST presumably has those arguments, right? So inside of E, we've got name and params, and our params are 2 stir vals, which is great. Okay, so then let's continue down. So we have something called fill in placeholders, which seems quite relevant. So let's just skip this and see what we get in afterwards. So our p info, placeholder info returned is, there are 2 values and they're foo and foo. They're both strings, great. And the types info, internal type is a string, great. And then the other one has internal type also string, which is also great. So far this looks fine. So we continue along. Okay. Then like a bunch of stuff will happen. So I think what I probably want to do at this point is skip ahead until where we crash. So we're going to skip ahead until we crash. So that doesn't happen because we get expected 1 columns but found 0. Okay, that is weird because when I ran it over here, it actually did crash. Oh, I was running I was running the wrong test. Dang it. That is frustrating. Now it just says expected 1 column but found 0 again. No! That is unfortunate. Okay, let's take a look one more time at this inverted index test. Is there any real difference? There doesn't really seem to be any real difference. I don't get that. I don't get that at all. I suppose, okay, let's run the debugger again and we're gonna figure out what the heck is going on with the wrong number of output columns. And we also definitely need a little bit of background lighting, you guys, because it's getting dark. Data bank after dark. Data bank after dark. All right. Okay. Oakley dokley. So let's go ahead and skip down to like here maybe. Oh, you know what? I bet it does have to do this. Okay, let's go ahead and skip down to here. We're gonna click run to cursor. Currently, our p.semicontext.placeholders. Oh, it is nil. Okay, never mind. And our p info has what? Our p info we just set, and we set it to have 2 type hints, which are both strings, and 2 types, which are both strings. Okay, makes sense. And our values are foo and foo, one with quotes. Makes sense. And our statement.num placeholders, let's hope that that also is 2. It is, okay. This is all good. It does seem faster than printf debugging. Yeah, we're killing it right now. We're doing a good job. This is definitely a good thing. So we assign our placeholders. Our p.semicontext.placeholders is now seemingly correct. Okay, so we're going to continue along. Now what are we going to do though? Now we need to think a little bit more, because what we need to do is figure out, when we figure out the result types of this thing, which I suppose, I don't really remember where we do that, to be honest. So let's take a think. If we go to con.go, this is where we're going to end up sending back our like schema, so to speak. So there should be a place where we're like, our schema is this. And I think that it gets it from the plan, and that should be the way that we can get this stuff. So we're gonna look for that. Okay, we got our add row. We got our set columns. We got our set inferred types. Set infers is part of the describe result. Reset statement type. Okay, I have no idea. I have no idea. Where do we do this stuff? Where do we do this stuff? Is commit, rewind and close portal. There's got to be a place where we're like, yo, here is what our statement output is going to look like. Where do we do that? Oh, you know what actually is going to be very interesting now that I think about it. I think what we actually do is we send back the schema of the thing that we're going to send as soon as we run the prepare part of the extended protocol. So I bet what's actually going on here, I think I'm starting to understand. I think what's going on here is like when we run the prepare half of this execute, so we're like, prepare to run this thing. The database is supposed to send back, here's what we're gonna give back. And it's supposed to send back the right types. And I think what must be happening is during that prepare phase, we're sending back the wrong types or none of the types or something like that. So that's where I'm gonna start looking next. So how do I find that though? Again, that's still a question. That is still definitely a question. It's somewhere in here, because this is where we do this wire protocol manipulation stuff. Handle bind. What we need is a handle parse or something, or handle describe is I think actually what it is. So a describe is where we describe statement. Get prepare type. Wait, what the heck is this? I don't even know. I'm confused again. What's going on over here? Did my thing turn off or something? No, it didn't. Okay, I feel like, first of all, I wish that this thing had documentation, which it doesn't seem to. So if we get a describe statement, we say we're gonna run, okay, this is good. Create describe result. Creates a result for describe statement. Exec describe. This has gotta be the right place, right? Hold on a minute though, because if I go back to my debugger, I should be able to see that in my prepared statement, I should have something called columns, right? Where is that thing at? Or am I in the wrong spot now? Prepared. No. So at this point in the stack, I have something called a portal. I have something called a statement inside of there. That is a prepared statement. It should have like some column information somewhere. Here, nil result columns. Okay. So this is definitely where things are going wrong. This is definitely wrong. And so, okay, let's think carefully. So this prepare metadata business, prepare metadata. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. This thing is getting set incorrectly. This thing is getting set incorrectly. And unfortunately, there's a few different places where we could be possibly setting it. But I'm hoping that it's this simple one. which happens. Ah! I see something interesting. These statements do not have result columns and do not support placeholders, so there's no need to do anything during prepare. Well, that is absolutely false. That is absolutely false, and clearly is the issue. It's clearly the issue. So we need to remove this special case, but I don't know if it's gonna like really fix anything. But this is probably gonna cause other problems. But let's go ahead and try it to see what happens. Unexpected statement tree.execute. Okay, this is starting to look a little bit better. It's starting to look a little bit better because we just didn't think of this case. We didn't think that you could go ahead and prepare and execute because that'd be a weird thing to do. If I had to be perfectly honest, that would be a super weird thing to do. But you know, sometimes people just do weird things, and sometimes you just got to deal with that. So I think what we need to do. I think it should be kind of straightforward. Like, I think what we need to do is just like delegate. We need to like. We basically just need to do nothing, but we still need to like prepare it kind of. And we unfortunately also need to know what the output types are going to be, even though we don't know what the, you know, it's almost like we just need to like prepare the inner thing is kind of what it is. It's kind of just like we need to prepare the inner thing. So kind of weird, huh? What's up, Viable? Yeah, we're pretty excited about Prisma too. It's definitely exciting. Definitely exciting. We love Prisma. So it's almost like what we need to do is say like, if we see a tree dot execute, this statement is going to return what do I even say about this? It's going to execute a prepared statement. To prepare it, we need to what? It's like hard to kind of wrap your head around this because it's a little bit recursive, you know, it's a little bit weird. I think what we need to do is say like statement dot what we do down here is we kind of like, the goal of this is to set the prepared columns, right? I'm sorry, where this is during the, is this itself during the prepare phase? This is during the prepare phase, yeah. What we need to do, what the heck is it that we need to do? We basically just want to do nothing, really. We don't want to prepare anything. We kind of just want to be like, all right, just do all your work later. Like no caching, no anything good, you know? Like I do want to just leave early, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like I'm allowed to. It seems like I have to figure out the columns that we're going to return by, maybe it's just like by looking up. Oh man, okay, you know what's even weirder, you guys, though? Like, hold on a minute. Hold on just a minute. Like, couldn't I easily have a test that did something really wacky? Couldn't I easily have a test that was like, let's open up our SQL prepare test. Couldn't I have a test that like runs, it runs execute, it prepares an execute statement on a prepared statement that doesn't exist yet. The most horrible thing I think I've ever said out loud in my life. Let's go ahead and make another one of these PG tests to see what happens when we run something against Postgres. So we're going to go ahead and say db is equal to go SQL dot open Postgres, and then this weird thing where it's like host equals localhost, port equals 5432, user equals Jordan, password equals Jordan. Okay. If error is not equal to nil, t dot fatal error. Okay, so then we're gonna run db dot prepare execute x of 3, right? So we're just gonna prepare this. S error. Guess we can just use, you know, assert dot no error t error. Just make things a little bit more concise. Okay, but then later what we're gonna do is go ahead and say like db dot exec prepare x as select one of int, right? Okay, and then we're gonna down here is go ahead and say s dot exec or something, right? And we'll actually use query row. Then we're gonna say assert dot equal. Then we're gonna say r dot scan foo var foo int. And we're gonna assert that this is 3. This is like a really weird thing, right? Because assert dot no error. Okay, so let's go ahead and test this guy. See if this works. I feel like if this works, we're just gonna be kind of confused, right? But you know, that's okay. So what's going on here? Let's just ignore this for a second. Expected 0 destination arguments in scan, not 1. Expected 0 destination arguments in scan, not 1. So is this actually the same? Problem? Does Postgres actually suffer from this very same issue? Wouldn't that be fun? Am I missing something, you guys? Let's think here. So we can execute a statement that doesn't exist, which is weird. We can prepare the execution of a statement that doesn't exist, fine. But at that moment, how could we possibly know what the return values are going to be? That is so funny. Okay, so hold on a minute. Out of curiosity, if we run this, maybe I can file a Postgres bug out of the end of this. That would be fun. So we'll just call it pd prepare 2. So at this point, we're going to do execute x of 3. We're actually gonna put this down below here and see what we get. Because I feel like this will actually pass. And then what that tells me is that preparing and execute is like a horrific thing that you should never ever attempt to do, because you're going to get inconsistent and surprising results every time you do it. That's what I'm thinking. But there's definitely one thing that's true, which is that oh my gosh, okay, that is really weird. So it does actually work if you do it in the right order. If you do it in the wrong order, you get a bizarre outcome. I feel like this should actually just fail. Like, you shouldn't be able to prepare and execute that is against a query statement that doesn't exist yet, because you can't know the types. You can't know the output types. Okay. So this all being said, what does this mean for me? What does this mean for me? What it means for me is I think I wanna just copy this test case and put it up here. Delete this stuff. Run this one. Okay, this music is way too, like, intense. We need to skip this song. Goodbye. Okay, received... Oh, right. Well, we knew that this was going to be broken because we messed with things. I think what we need to do is basically do the same thing as what this is doing. We need to set the expected output columns to the output columns of the prepared statement that the user is trying to execute. If no such prepared statement exists, this is the question. Postgres returns no columns, but we do XYZ. Okay, so if this is the case, what we get to do is say we have our AST, which is our statement.ast, right? We have our statement dot. We want to actually grab this thing, right? So we actually want to grab our t dot name, right? And then we actually want to look this thing up, don't we? So where do we do that in execution land? The question. It's like top level. Special top level handling for execute, right? So we grab this guy, we get it from this looking thing, right? So do we even have access to this over here though? I feel like we probably don't, honestly, which is gonna be a bit of an irritated. No, we do. We do or we don't? Maybe we don't. So we're a little bit too deep. We have a planner, but we can't reach back around to grab the executor thing, which is a bit of a problem. I would say that this is like definitely a major problem, actually. Yeah. Does anybody else keep a reference to this thing? Probably not, right? This is definitely, this is trouble. I would say that this is definitely trouble. We honestly could just return an error, right? We could just be lazy and be like, CockroachDB does not support preparing an execute statement, right? Like that doesn't seem like such a bad thing, considering that like if anybody ran into this to the wild, they would have just crashed the database, and we haven't gotten a bug report about it. So it's like, if we just like didn't support it, I feel like it would be fine. But it's very unsatisfying, is the truth. It's very, very unsatisfying. And what's actually interesting, now that I think about it, is that this guy populate prepared. Should I be handling this at a higher level, maybe? Could definitely handle this at a higher level if I wanted to.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing.
As of right now, the optimizer only works on select statements and will fall back for all others. Doesn't actually seem to be true, if you think about it. I think the truth is that if we're going to do this, we actually just need to pass in a little bit more information to this prepare using optimizer thing. And yeah. Man, this is definitely super confusing. We also need to update this comment here. This comment is just super accurate. Prepare is a similar limited subset of statements that can be run with blah, blah, blah. It's not just however we allow. It's like, however, we must be able to handle every type of statement below because the extended protocol, the Postgres extended protocol permits preparing every single, it just sort of like requires running statements via the prepare and execute paths. It's like delete this. I don't know. It's true. What can I say? There's no way around this. We have to handle all of them. So I think what this means to me is that we've actually got to pass in. We just have to pass in like the entire state here. So that's like this ex dot extra txn state dot prep statements namespace. And probably we should pass this in as a pointer because it's kind of a big struct. So we're gonna just go ahead and do this, I think. And I don't know, it seems a little bit, well, we should probably also put it after the context, right? So that's a clear thing that we should be doing. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix that using Goland's awesome refactor machine. Okay, so at this point, then what we can do is when we get this execute, we can say t.name. We can say prepared statements dot prep statements dot, and we can just like index into this basically. LSP can rename things. It's something. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Good for what the heck? Conx prep statements accessor. What is this? Good for LSP. Maybe one day it'll be able to add a parameter to a method. It doesn't seem like it should be too impossible, right? Get prepped statements. What the heck is this? P.prepared statements. Oh my gosh. Okay, we didn't even need to do that. That's cool. So let's fix that. Let's undo this change. We're gonna undo this change. We're gonna undo this change. We don't even. I was wrong. We didn't need to do any refactoring. All we have to do is say p.prepared statements. Prepared statements dot get of t.name. Okay. I hate that LSP is so mad we can't replicate Golang. So how come you wouldn't be able to implement something like that in LSP? Like is that a meh? That's sort of intrinsic to LSP. I'm actually sort of surprised. I thought it was like a reasonably good protocol, but maybe not. Guess I should call this okay. That's kind of the cooler thing to call it, right? Soy Pete and Party of 5, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing great. Hope you had a good stream. What do you all work on? Tell me everything. Golang bot stuff. That's cool. We're talking like Twitch bots, IRC bots, bots, or what? Let's just go ahead and return an error at this point. So we're going to return nil error dot.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
Hello,
How are you
a
gonna do
Brazilian.
that? By
Unfortunately, I
guessing.
don't speak Portuguese, but I'm guessing you might be saying good evening. So good evening to you as well. But unfortunately, I don't know how to speak Portuguese, so I don't know what to say. LSP is an awful protocol that supports exactly what VS Code devs need at the time. One big limitation is that there's no way to ask the user for input. You invoke a method, does the thing, done. So LSP lets you implement customer can say and okay, but you can sort of like send input, right? Like, could you send a command that's like rewrite, you know, arg1, arg2, arg3 or something like that? Like, presumably you can do that, and I feel like you could get away with having the editor assemble the inputs before talking to LSP, right? A bot to handle sharing streams and meetup videos when they become available. Ah, very cool. Love that documentation. JetBrains IDEs have fancier refactoring that with whole UIs. Yeah, that's definitely true. But on the other hand, I feel like the IDEs could separate into phases, right? It's like, yes, they have the UIs, but it feels like the UI is there to assemble the arguments that it then could send to the LSP command or something like that. I don't know, maybe not. Oh, is that the translation? Okay. Don't speak English. Watching to learn English and programming. Oh my gosh, that's kind of cool. You don't speak Portuguese, so you're guessing. Well, Cabral Dev, welcome to the stream and thanks for joining, and I hope you learned something. I can't promise, but I hope you do. Why won't Cockroach connect to my Table Plus? I have to use good old PC. Well, I think Table Plus is supposed to work with Cockroach. So Pete, I think that I'm surprised. So I think that you should, you know, DM me or something or join our community Slack or forum and post about it, because it definitely should work with that. I definitely think it should.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks.
I don't want to build a complex refactoring one parameter at a time in a line edit interface. Yeah, that is a very fair point. Imagine having to go, there's a name conflict on this one function. What shall we do? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a fair point. I guess you're just screwed then. You're starting a new company and you're watching because you need to learn Go. Okay, well I hope you learn something too. I'm not sure if you will, but I definitely hope you will. What are you going to be doing at the new company? That's awesome. Congrats on the new job. So we're going to return a new error here. We're just going to make it a pg error dot new. We're going to say pg code dot. We'll just go ahead and call it unknown undefined object. All right. Or I think there's even like a one for prepared statement. Undefined prepared statement. No such prepared statement. sprintf, and we're gonna go ahead and add our string of t.name here. Here's another cool refactoring that JetBrains lets you do. So if I say, what's going wrong with this? If I go ahead and say command, what the heck is this? I don't know what this is. Command alt V, or it's not Command. I guess it's Meta Alt V over an expression. It lets me pick an expression on the current cursor scope. So in this case, I'm going to pick string.name. And then I'm going to hit enter. And it's going to say introduce variable, right? And it'll say, okay, well, name the variable. So that's cool, fine. Not that impressive. You can just extract a variable. But check this out. You can actually replace all occurrences of it. And I know that I have this duplication of string t.name. So I just hit replace all occurrences, click refactor. It pulls it out to the highest scope where it would be available on both. Isn't that sick? I mean, come on, that's like really nice. That's really nice. All of the people who are like, oh, I don't need an ID. I just feel like they don't necessarily have necessarily tried some of these like sick features that you're just gonna do yourself, right? You're gonna do a find and replace and stuff like that. But I think that IDs are sweet because of stuff like this. So we're gonna call this our, we'll just call it, yeah, we'll just call it name. Okay, we're gonna grab this. We're gonna leave if we don't have it. Alrighty. Can't do that in LSP, yeah. But if we do have the prepared statement, you don't want an IDE, I want a smart E. Yeah, that's very fair. I mean, I think for me, if I had a smart E that could do all of this stuff, I would probably be using that smart E. Because I also like text editors. I just, they're just not there yet, you know? Then what we get to say, I think, is we want to propagate our prepared statements output columns as the prepared statements output columns, basically like this. Postgres doesn't fail here. Instead, it produces an execute that returns no columns. This seems like dubious behavior at best. Yes, I'm using IdeaVim. Okay, so let's see if this actually fixes our issue here. I am a Vim key bindings fan. Unexpected tree.execute. Oh wait, I think we also need to just return here. We need to say return opc.flags, nil. I think that should do the trick. Let's find out. $15 or so years of Emacs, and you switched to Vim bindings this year. So are you using Spacemax or Evil Mode or one of those things? Or are you just in Vim? So we're getting the same problem though. Expected 1 columns but found 0. Evil Mode. I tried to use Spacemax for a while actually because I wanted to use org mode. And I kind of figured it out. And then I put it down for about a month when I went on vacation in 2020 to Southeast Asia. And then when I came back, I had forgotten everything about how to use Spacemax. And then I gave it up and never came back. So, the end. Oh well. You love text objects? Yeah, text objects are really nice. All right, so we still have the same problem here. It's a slight bit disappointing. Let's also go ahead and run this Go test that we wrote, because it's slightly different. There's a bunch of plugins that extend text objects to have more text objects. I don't know if you've seen those. I suppose you can't really use Vim plugins in evil mode though. But there's got some good reviews over here. T-Pope text objects. Oh, you have surround.vim. That's cool. Vim abolish. I can't actually remember. Dad bod. Wow, T-Pope is just he's the Vim god. I don't even know. Anyway, whatever. Okay. No such prepared statement X. Vim speed dating. Vim Love Island. So, what is going on here? This is such a mess, honestly. What happened to my... There it is. Yeah, no, I know. I know you weren't joking. I know you weren't joking. I don't understand this.
The data bank's too big.
I feel like there's something wrong with this test runner.
How are you going to do that?
So I'm going to
By
stop
guessing.
using it for the time being. We're going to run it like this again. Okay. This is just a panic in the test. It's not a big deal. So, no such prepared statement. It's expected. Let's do like this. Let's do like this. Try again. See what we get. Ah. All right, we still have the exactly the same problem, which is really, it's honestly surprising. Let's go ahead and break here, and we're gonna rerun our debugger and see what we get. All right, so here we are in our prepare of our execute. The current state is that we have our statement. Expected types is empty. Prepared has an empty output columns as well. So then if we continue here, we grab our prepared statement. We've retrieved our prepared statement from our little cache. Its metadata has columns that are correct. A single output in 8 column. So that's good. Then we leave. Okay. So then we, what? Wait. That was running prepare, I guess. Huh. Okay. Actually, wait. I just thought of something funny that I want to test here. So if I go over here to PG prepare, could I set this thing to be a placeholder? Or would this get me into bad trouble? Oh wait, it would actually be... this test here. Prepare, execute. Could I set this thing to be a placeholder? Then when I execute it, I execute it with 3. Does this work? I feel like that couldn't possibly work, right? Test PG prepare 2, it's called. I hope this doesn't work, just for my own sake and sanity. Please don't let this work. Expected ear. Okay, good. Thank God. That would be extremely heinous if that worked. Okay. 75 line. That's over here. What happens if I just don't send anything? Does that work? That shouldn't work either. There is no parameter $1. Wow. Okay, so it does get funky. So we can just ignore this as a case to worry about for the time being. But we do still have to worry about the fact that this isn't working at all, right? So Juicebox. What's up, Juicebox? Why do you know this song? Great question. Great question. This is actually such a funny one. It's not just any game. You're gonna laugh so hard when you figure out which game this is from, honestly. Because to me, it doesn't even really sound like the way that it sounds in the game. But anyway, it's from Among Us. It's from Among Us. It's from Amogus. Isn't that funny? I feel like that's really funny. That's like not a game that you expect to know what the soundtrack sounds like, right? Very spooky. Very spooky stuff. Always disabled Among Us music. That's honestly a fair thing to do. Juicebox, you're friends with Jay Fills, right? I feel like I've either been in his stream when you're there or your stream when he's there or something like that. But he's my friend from my first job a long time ago. So we go back. Like that guy. You guys you used to work together. Okay, that makes sense. Well, we're work cousins or something like that then. Okay, so we have the right result column output type. But then for whatever reason, we end up not don't know. I don't really understand. Don't really understand this. To be honest, I don't really understand it. So we finished this stuff, right? We were in here. Does this populate? It should populate a prepared statement, right? Right? And in this prepared statement, what is our parse command that we've run, right? Like, isn't that kind of an interesting question? What is our parse command that we've run? T command dot statement. Here's our execute, right? We're preparing our execute, which is super funny and weird. Our statement context has what inside of it? Actually, wait a minute. I'm now confused again. I think we might need to... Where's this parse command thing come from? Oh, it's actually from exec prepare. Okay, so then back over here, when I run this, I should be looking at this T command guy. So in my T command, I have a name. My name is 1. Okay, so my name is 1. So in that case, if I go to EX and I go to extra TXN state and I go to prep statements namespace, I should have two things in here, right? I do. I've got an X, which points to X, which points to my inner prepared statement. And then I've got this 1, which points to my outer prepared statement, which is actually an execute, right? Here's the statement summary. Here's my prepare metadata. Here's my statement, which has no placeholders, which is good. And then the columns are 1, and it's great. Okay, this is all looking very good stuff. Looking very good stuff.
Because they use joins, and write to disk.
Lithium, thank you so much for the 17 months. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed this new dancing gopher emote, which I added. Hooray. I owe you a knitted sweater or something for your 17 months of loyalty. Honestly, I do owe you a knitted sweater or something for your 17 months of loyalty. I really appreciate it, my friend. Definitely been a long time of streaming. It's kind of crazy. I'm coming up on 2 years, I guess. Like the longest subscribers are at 22 months, and at 24 months, it's gonna be 2 years. That's wild. I need to have a party. I need to have a party. I need to have a sub sweater knitting night. Something like that. Yeah, obviously it's been fun for me too. So that's great. Isn't that so warm and fuzzy? Sweaters are fuzzy, our feelings are fuzzy, we're all feeling pretty fuzzy. Okay, so at this point, we've done our prepare. And then I think the next thing we need to do is wait until we hit the next describe, which I think is really where things are going awry, right? Because this payload that we're getting back, it doesn't have anything interesting in it. It doesn't have anything interesting in it at all, I don't think, right? Right? These are empty. We just quit. So I think we need to wait until we get one of these describe statements. And this is going to be where everything goes down and it all breaks. I think. So let's take a look at our T command that we get. This is also probably too loud. A little bit too loud. If we look at our T command here, this point, which is actually our... Wait, do we not have a T command? Where are we at? We do have a T command. Our T command is set to describe 1. Okay, that's great. That's absolutely excellent. We're so happy about that. Okay. So let's go ahead and step into this exec describe. The first thing that we do is we say, is it a prepared statement or is it a prepared portal? Don't really know the difference between those things, so it's okay. So we're going to grab out our prepared statements. Okay. And then what do we have? Do we have the right thing at this point? Yes or no? We have our PS, our prepare metadata, our columns are, this is good, this is looking good. Our set inferred types, what the heck is this? The inferred placeholder types. We shouldn't have any placeholder types at this point, because there's no placeholders in here. So ps.inferred type should be empty, and it is. Okay, so we do this. If statement has no data, what's this? Ooh, is this interesting? Is this the problem? Have we hard coded a weird return type for execute? Could that be the issue here? Oh ho ho! An unknown return type. Okay, this is interesting, and I think it might be the main problem. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Enjoy your time with the Connor main theme. Wow, this is some intense music, you guys. I'm sorry about that. I left you alone with way too intense music. Are you okay? Do you need a hug? Okay, we're fine. So given the fact that this is an unknown return type statement, I think what the heck does this even do? The statement type depends on the statement type of the prepared statement being executed. That is a major problem. The music's great. You like that music? Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Well, the primary example of this statement is execute, which is exactly the thing that we're looking at. And I guess the problem here is that we've just got to figure out a way to deal with this. So basically, what we need to do is, instead of just looking up the AST of the statement, in the particular case that we're in, switch ps.ast.type. If it's a tree.execute, if it's an execute, we're in a weird case. So let's go ahead and extract this thing. This is going to be called our AST. If we're describing an execute, we need to look up it's like the statement type of the prepared statement will be the prepared statement that the execute refers to, or else we'll return the wrong information for describe. Okay, so basically at this point, we're kind of in another funny place where we've got to re-reference this thing. So we need to like recursively do this whole guy here. Right? And instead of running desc command, we're actually going to use the ast dot, or it's really the t dot name, and we don't have that yet. We've just got to go like this. Okay. I suppose like a more idiomatic way would be saying like, you know, if execute okay is equal to ast dot tree dot execute. Okay. I guess it saves like one line of code maybe. Okay. So then we get to go ahead and say so this is a little dangerous, right? We need to go ahead and say, well, this needs to be a string, first of all. We need to go ahead and say, like, ast is equal to inner ps.ast. Then I think we're maybe we'll be good at this point. Let's find out. We may be good at this point. Oh my God. We did it. We literally did it. Hold on. Let's make sure that we literally did it. Seems like we literally did it. It's very exciting. Let's also go ahead and make sure that that other case is going to work properly. Seems like it's going to work fine. And then let's make sure that our inverted index case that was actually crashing is also going to work fine, which would be a huge win, honestly. I feel like if we did this, we're going to have made some major progress on the stream. And it looks like it passed. Wow, that's really quite exciting. I'm feeling pretty good, feeling pretty excited. So I think what I also want to do is just make sure that this all works in the case where we do in fact have a missing prepared statement, right? So I basically want to say something like assert.error is I want to make sure that this says something like no such prepared statement. Yeah. And that also works, which is super exciting. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and think now carefully. Where do we want this to live? I think we want this to live on the same patch as this other one that we're looking at, which is fix prepare. Let's go ahead and stash. Git checkout fix prepare. Git stash pop. Let's go ahead and do a git add -p, our favorite way to add hunks. So we're going to add this. We're going to add this. We're going to delete all of this, delete this. What do we want here? Do we want this format? I feel like that's for an sprintf probably. So we do want it. We want this, we want this. This we need to fix, so we're gonna leave it alone for the time being. We want this. We don't want this. We want to delete these bottom two, but keep everything else. We don't want this. Okay, so then let's go ahead and quickly fix this plan opt business, which had the commented out code, which we do not want anymore. Okay. Git GD7, git add 7. Okay, so then we're going to go ahead and say git commit SQL fix execution. I guess it's sort of like fix prepared execute statements. So previously, trying to prepare and execute an execute statement, a SQL level execute statement via the extended protocol was buggy. Specifically, the returned row schema via describe produced by the extended protocol describe command would always be empty. Additionally, some permutations of this could crash the server. Now, preparing and now, yeah, so whatever. I don't think I need to do it now. It's pretty obvious. Now this doesn't happen. Release note, SQL change, prepared, running execute, SQL level execute via the extended protocol. I guess it's not a SQL change, it's actually a bug fix, right? Bug fix. Running SQL level execute via the extended protocol previously had inconsistent behavior.
Database.
And could, in some cases, crash the server. Okay. So let's go ahead and git stash this stuff. We need to fix something, which is just to fix the release note of the first patch that we did. So we're just going to go ahead and use the handy reword command of the rebase script thingy, which is kind of cool. Because it's this one. Oh, this was a bug fix as well. Okay. Cool. So let's go ahead and push this up. What's up, quads? How you doing? Okay. So what are we going to do now? I think what we should do is git checkout fix cursor prepare and fix the issues with that our reviewer noticed. So thank you to our reviewer. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. Hello, all the way from Brooklyn. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Brooklyn residents, let's go. It's the most efficient way to watch a Brooklyn Twitch stream is to do it from Brooklyn because the data doesn't have to go as far, right? That's how that works, right? Seems legit. logic. Okay, so we'll go ahead and look at SQLcursor.go. It'd be nice if reviewable had a dark mode, huh? Like, kind of. Do we think it has a? Do you think it has a dark mode? Seems like it does not. Rip. Rip to that. Okay, so let's see. Should it be s.name.string? Probably. If you're asking, it probably means yes. Well, no, I think it actually is correct at the moment. No, this is used to print out things in explain and should be the string of the SQL that's being run. So s.string is correct. There are some other examples of this in other delayed nodes. Would be nice to make this also fail if there's a portal with that name. If you don't do it, you can file an issue. Yes, right. That's a good point. I was gonna do this. Let's go ahead and do it. Well, let's do it in a different PR. Thanks for the reminder. I've filed XYZ. Go ahead and, well, let's see. There's a portal with that name. I'm going to just file a new issue for this because I don't want to fix it in the same PR. Okay, SQL, do not permit creating a SQL cursor with the same name as a portal. Currently, it's possible to declare a cursor with the same name as an active portal on the current session. This is ripe for causing problems. So we should prevent it from happening altogether. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and link this one in. Wait, whoops. 77066. Different PR. Okay, so there's that. The test here and about deserves a comment, blobbity blobbity bloobity blue. Okay, SQL cursor test. SQL cursor test. You know, actually be sweet. Speaking of IDEs and editors and code reviews, wouldn't it be so nice? Wouldn't it be so incredibly next level if the code review appeared in your IDE? Like, why doesn't that exist? I feel like I want that yesterday. You know, I bet that if you use the JetBrains code review, it would appear in JetBrains IDEs. Yeah, exactly. It does with JetBrains space. Oh man, that is so cool. So how does that work? JetBrains space. Does JetBrains space let you use Golang, or is it's an all-in-one thing? It probably does let you use Golang and stuff like that, right? Connect JetBrains IDEs to space, huh? I wonder if there's a way to plug it into other stuff though, you know? Wouldn't that be nice? I guess there probably isn't. Connects with all JetBrains IDE, also a standalone app. Code review.
functionality for working within the code from the. We can right-click on the Git log to open a commit in space. Attention. There are a number of preset reviews, so we can see the review title, the authors and the review, the discussions. Space code review.
Okay, but hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. It's not inline. It's not inline. It's just you see the code review in a separate window.
The changes to the review.
What I really want is, I want the comments to be in line with the code, dude. That would be so good. That'd be so next level. I want that so bad. Unless you're saying it is in there, but I don't think it is. Otherwise, they would definitely show it out because that would be super, super next level. Okay, so wait, the review here, the test here and above deserves a comment. Executing it cannot. Yes, that's true. I suppose I was just doing a very basic smoke test for this test here to get any kind of error result without a crash or internal error. But you're right. We should test this end to end. Okay. So then we're going to go ahead and say statement. We're going to say db.txn ctx ctx equals context.background. You think you get some kind of annotation but haven't used it in a while on the EAP. Okay. TX options. So what are the options? Isolation and read-only. So we're just going to skip that. I think maybe we can just pass in nil here. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to begin our TX. We're going to say TX is equal to like this. Maybe also an error. var.no error t error. I'm going to say tx.exec. So I guess I can't actually pass in a you can't use. Oh wait, what the heck? What even does this do? I feel like this is actually irrelevant. What I should do is just say run db.exec begin transaction. Like this. And then I can run this over here. This, and then I should be able to say right? Maybe. And maybe I can say statement error is equal to db.pair fetch one foo require.no error error. And I should be able to say statement dot query row We scan into our actual, and we say require.equal expected is 1. Actual is actual. Require.noError. Okay, so we'll do this. Let's go ahead and see if this even works. Oh wait, wrong test. Stop. Okay, so that seems to pass, which is very cool. Okay. So we're gonna say, make sure that declare that preparing a declare defers errors until execution. Make sure that we can use our prepared statement from before to successfully run a execute a declare cursor within a transaction. Okay, then we're going to go ahead and say, make sure that we can use the driver level TXN support to do the same thing. So then we want to basically, okay, tx error is equal to db.begintx context.background nil require.noError. Don't we just love writing tests? It's so soothing. So then we're going to say tx.prepare declare cursor declare bar cursor for select 1. You know, I think we should actually just do a little bit more than I think we want to do a little bit more than just declare 1. So we declare x cursor for values 1, oops, 2, begin, fetch x, fetch 1x, fetch 1x. Okay, so that works fine. So we want to make sure that we're actually doing 2 rows because the second row is actually weird. The first row is weird. So we actually want to make sure that the second row still works even after the first row. So we're gonna do query, not row, but just query. So this gives me back a rows and an error. We'll do this. And is there like a rows.next or something? R.next, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do a scan. We're gonna do rows.next. Require.equal t require.equal t true more. And we're gonna go ahead and say this again. And this is gonna be 2. And we're gonna go ahead and say more is equal to this, and then expect this to be false. Okay, basically that. And then we can repeat this exact same. Oh, this wants to be fetched to foo, by the way. We can repeat this exact same thing like so. Right, and we're gonna go ahead and do all of this stuff here. All right. How about this? How about this for a test? Make sure that we can use the automatic prepare support to do the same thing. When sending placeholders to do the same thing. And so in this case, we're basically going to do all of the above except we'll do it like this. This has to be a $$ int. Okay, and then we're going to execute it with, how does this even work? And then I guess we pass parameters in like this or something like this. Instead of doing prepare, we're just going to do query. Or rather exec. We're going to be passing in 1 and 2. And we're going to do all this stuff over here. All right, let's see if it still passes. The test has gotten way more complicated. Let's go ahead and see if it works. Received unexpected error. Scan called without calling next. Okay, well, that's fine. Well, that is no big deal. You can definitely fix that. Try again. Test failed 1, passed 0. Okay. Unexpected transaction status. Oh, God. Okay, well, that's not good. Idle in transaction. Okay, well, that's because I didn't finish the transaction from before, so we can fix that. So we're going to run db.exec commit, basically. Require not no error. Try again. Cursor food does not exist. Okay. That's because we're not doing it in the right transaction. So that's an easy one to fix as well. Run again. Hoping this is going to be... I guess we also have to commit our transaction as well. So tx.commit. Try one more time. Okay, so cannot determine data type of placeholder 1. Okay, let's try again with these triple quotes then instead of the double quotes. Maybe that will help. Maybe that will help. I can use Vim key bindings. Thank you for the compliment. I like my eyebrows as well. I can't say I maintain them often, so that just means it's an extra good compliment. Cannot determine data type of placeholder 1. Okay, that's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird. The triple colon thing is, it's a type. What do we call it? It's like a type constraint or something like that. But apparently it's not really working in this case. Which is sort of a irritating problem for me. Let's fix this by saying, I think I can fix this if I go like this. And just prepare one of them. I think it'll infer because it knows the type of the second one or something like that. But we'll find out. I think it's called a type assertion. Still the same problem, huh? Okay, what if I do it in the other direction? What the heck? Oh wait, is this even the right line of code? Guess it is. How many millions of lines of code goes into a database? I know, right? It is truly crazy. So I guess this doesn't really work. Well, that's okay. I guess what we can do is we'll just do it like this. We don't need to, well, no. We actually, what if we say something like this, then is this going to end up working, or is this going to also fail? Maybe there's something problematic with this type inference in this particular case or something like that. Don't actually know. Let's try it one more time. Someone should make a framework to build databases. That's a truly brain 10 take. That's a truly expanded brain take. Why build a database when you can build a database of databases? Actually, did you guys know about this thing? There's something called dbdb.io, which is kind of cool. The dbdb. Man, this is frustrating. Cannot determine data type of placeholder 1. That's somehow that's surprising. Let's like get around this by just being sneaky, because I don't really care about this necessarily. It's a separate issue. And I definitely care about it as a thing. I think it might indicate there's a different problem, to be honest. But I'm going to come back to that. Because I wonder what would happen if I just said select one where true or something. Like, I feel like this won't even work, will it? And I think that there's probably an issue with, oh God. Please no. I actually don't know why this would be broken though, to be honest. We are not properly walking the expressions when walking create table. I do feel like there's probably a bug. There's probably a bug. Ah, it's probably a bug. where are we dealing with this again? See if I can remember how any of this stuff works. It's unclear. Where do we call... Where do we call type check at the top level, right? Verify that all types have been set and returns an error otherwise, right? So yeah, this is kind of where we want to be playing around with stuff. Back over here. And the question is... when we do this stuff, okay, so here's where we're doing these different things, and presumably what we just don't do is any... Right. So basically we don't support placeholders inside of this thing because we don't have any like special logic for it, I think is the idea. So I don't know. Like, I guess all of these other cases have, they explicitly run type check on all of their expressions. They know how to do that. Whereas if it's an opaque statement, there is no way to run the type checker on those expressions because just nobody does it for you. So I think that the fundamental issue here is that we don't do that type checking. Is that right? Or is that not quite right? I think that is probably right. Where do we get these desired types from again? Yeah, so like we go into here, we have these desired types, then like we pass them into here, and these guys go somewhere, build select clause, and those have desired types, and this ultimately gets analyze projection list, which has desired types. And then somewhere down here, there's got to be a place where we run type check, right? Resolve type. Yeah. Okay, so the real issue is that we just don't ever run this stuff, which is a real problem. It's a real problem. But I think we can fix this, maybe. Can we? I think I'm gonna make a separate issue for this. I think I'm going to make a separate issues for this, and we're just not going to worry about it. And we're just not going to write a test for this because I don't care. I just don't care. I'm very sorry. Just do not care. Okay, added the first one. Currently, we're not supporting placeholders in declare, so it's not possible. So I'm going to make another issue. SQL, not possible to use placeholders in a declare cursor statement. Currently, it's not possible to use a placeholder in a declare statement. We're going to prove it. Actually, we're not going to prove it. We're just gonna know that it's not possible. This limitation should be lifted. Okay, so in the second one, I'm just gonna go ahead and where was I? What file was I even messing with just now? It was called SQL cursor test. We're going to rerun this, and we're going to just go ahead and assert that we can't do this for now, and we'll put a to-do, and we'll link the issue, and then we'll be kind of happy at this point. We're unable to, so we don't fully walk the tree when sending a declare through the optimizer. See issue. Oh wait, no, it's this issue. Wait, where's the issue? It's 77067. So require dot error or contains t error dot error could not determine data type of placeholder. What's up, V Helix? How are you doing? Data integration. I actually am not sure what that is. Okay. Merging different data sources. I feel like there's some interesting products out there that help deal with the fact that people in their organizations often have like a ton of different databases and you have to like join them all up together and it's like difficult. I think that's like a major problem that people tend to have at companies, I've heard. It's basically a whole job, yeah. Is this Remy? I think you've joined before. I can't remember. We've solved this decades ago. Just use RDF in a million ontologies. Exactly. What's up, Remy? Okay. So looks like we're good to go, but let's make sure that the tests are working, huh? Okay, this is clearly a random flake, so we can ignore it. Okay, great. TFTR. Okay. Let's go ahead and git add 1, git commit amend, git push F. Okay. Last step. Let's just go ahead and respond to the other PR as well, and then we should be good to go. And we should, yeah, should be good to go. So git checkout fix prepare. Okay, so SQL prepare test. SQL prepare test. Do. Done. Oh yeah, true. You can kind of collapse these guys. Maybe use require.equal_t for output. Oh, am I using a weird... What is require versus assert? It seems to be the same thing. Oh, I guess it just ends the test immediately or something like that? Okay. I'll just change them all. No big deal. Okay, so make sure that this gives me back an error. So error is equal to this, require.noerror t error. Require.equal t 3 output. Oh man, good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Okay, wait. There's one more thing before I want to be done here, which is I do want to make one more thing. Okay, so if I cherry pick this other branch, so fix cursor prepare on top of this, then hopefully at this point I should be able to run dev test logic base with the local prepared config on everything, and I shouldn't get any crashes. That might be too much to ask, but we've fixed a couple of these problems, and maybe this is going to be enough. Maybe we'll be done at this point, and we'll fix all the problems. But I kind of doubt it. But let's just go ahead and see what happens. Hair's growing out. Yes, indeed it is. Mortal all. Absolutely true. It's good to see ya in the stream, in the chat. Good stream today. I feel like we did a lot of stuff. Feel pretty accomplished. Feeling pretty good, honestly. We had a couple good raids from Anthony and Soy Pete. A lot of people chatting. A lot of fun. We accomplished quite a bit, I think. Yeah. It was a good one. I don't know what's going on with this thing. I'm just going to kill this real quick because I don't want to be running it with less, honestly. I just want to be running it without less. Because I couldn't figure out what it was doing. We'll try it one more time. Maybe it hadn't finished compiling. Is it like hung or, oh, you know what? It's probably just running a lot of tests. So I think, let me do something to fix this, to make it more exciting. I'm going to do show SQL-v. So this way it will actually, we'll actually be able to see what it's doing. Oh, and we also need, of course, the stream test output command. Test output equals stream. I think that this thing it's quite sophisticated, but it's hard to remember to use all the right options. This Bazel stuff. By the way, you guys, I do hope that I'll join our Discord because we're doing all sorts of good stuff on the Discord, and I feel like there's been a lot of good database chats lately. And I do hope that you join and participate as well, because yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people join and they're like, I want to learn about databases. And if you don't get enough database learning while watching the stream, you can always join the Discord. Chat it up. Little Discord advertisement. I'm gonna hit you with one more advertisement, all right? And then I'll be done with the advertisements. I want you guys to all follow me on Twitter, all right? Do I not even have a Twitter command? Let's see. Commands, add, Twitter. Follow me on Twitter for database tweets. Twitter.com, large databank. I want you guys to all follow me on Twitter if you're not following me there already. All right? I'm done. That's enough shilling for the day. But this is looking good. So basically what I'm doing, you probably weren't here for the beginning of the stream because I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours, but the whole point of all of this was that I really wanted to make it so that we could run all of the logic tests, which is this big test corpus, with prepared statements on automatically and make sure that things still work. And that's what I'm doing now. And we found a couple of bugs and we fixed them. That's what we were mostly doing on the stream. But at this point, what we're doing is running them against the whole test suite, and it seems like things are going pretty well. I did see a couple of errors flash by. They didn't seem too important. But we're going to go ahead and see if we get anything else exciting. And if so, we'll just write them down. And what was that? Was that looking a little sketchy? Valid locale E. So there might be some weird things. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's always good to find these tests proactively, find these issues proactively. Add in your comments, syntax, unimplemented this syntax. I feel like there's going to be some good stuff we're going to find here. A lot of tests that we have. Prepared statement, had 2 statements, expected 1. It's a little weird. I think I know what the problem is with that one, but we can come back and fix that later. I like this song. What are you guys all doing this weekend, by the way? Anybody got good plans? Anything exciting going on? Going whale watching. That is actually awesome. What kind of whales are you going to hope to see on the whale watch? I went whale watching last summer in Cape Cod, and it was really, really cool. We saw, I forget what kind of whales you see over there, but it was sweet. It's very emotional to see a whale, actually, because it's such a big thing that lives under the sea. It's kind of wild. Webman, what's up? Is the audience mostly database admins? I don't think so. I think the audience, well, I don't know, because it's always hard to figure out what your audience really is. But I think that the audience is Go programmers, people who are interested in learning about how databases work on the inside, people who are interested in building databases, and like probably just random Twitch people who want to become better at programming. I think that's probably the audience. I think that it's very uncommon that we get database admins on the stream. We get them sometimes, but I think it's pretty uncommon. Yeah, and people who love my hair as well, just like Lisa. Yeah, that's the main reason that Dev Angel's on, because she's a big fan of my hair, I think. And Remy, apparently. Chris IT90, you're a database admin. You're the last database admin alive. Is that what you're saying? That is exciting. What is this? This is looking sketchy, huh? Cannot use check privilege without a TXN, eh? There's going to be some interesting things to dig into here, I think. Definitely some interesting things. If only it didn't take so long to run all these tests. Just trying to be a better programmer. Got it. Oh, the last one. I see, the last category. That's cool. That's cool. What language are you trying to become proficient in? Just channeling lithium since he had to bounce. I see. That's cool. That is definitely cool. Lithium is definitely a homie. Expected no TXN, but found homie. Yeah. Found open. Found homie. Imagine if you had a TXN status called homie. That'd be cool. Who wrote this corpus? The developers of CockroachDB over the years have developed a giant test corpus. So that's the answer. So there's, a couple of interesting looking failures here. Definitely a couple of very, very, very interesting looking failures here that I'm excited to look into. Yeah, it's kind of nice to have a huge test corpus, right? Because then you can like add a new mode and rerun all the tests with your corpus, right? And you like immediately mega enhance your testing. It's pretty cool. Invalid table name, double quote. All sorts of interesting looking things here, honestly. You're like in San Diego, right, Remy? I think. Is that right? San Diego? Oh, boohoo. So cold. 60 Fahrenheit. Man, you don't even know what you're missing over here. Well, I know you do know because you used to live right nearby me, but it's currently 30 degrees in New York. And that's unfun. Very unfun. Cannot use show transfer state as a statement source? What even is show transfer state? I never even heard of that. It did snow. Yeah, it was like an icy, snowy crap thing. 60 degrees in Virginia, fairly warm for the time of year. Starlark, is that the like configuration language thing? No, to be honest, I really don't know how Bazel works. We just started using it, and I don't know how to use it at all. So I'm the only way that I can use Bazel is by using our little wrapper that does everything for you. Oh, the tidbit. Is that like little LED sign thing that people have these days? My friend Matt, who also sometimes comes to the stream, was just tweeting about it. It does seem really cool. What do you display on it? It doesn't seem really obvious like what you would want to display on that thing. I guess you just have to be really creative, basically. I think he also got his yesterday. I guess they must have just gotten shipped or something like that. Wow, this test suite is extremely long, dude. I can't even believe how long this test suite is. Okay, so it finished. Good for it. And it had some failures that we can investigate later. You can display subways. You want to display the serve conditions? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to copy and paste this entire thing. Okay. We're going to go ahead and make a new branch real quick. Git checkout -b local prepared. We're going to go ahead and add a commit. Not this one. We're going to go ahead and add a commit. We're going to add this. We're going to add this. We're going to add this. We're going to add this and this and this and this. Not this and not this. Not this. Okay, we're gonna make a commit called logic add local prepared config by default. This commit adds a new mode to the logic test harness that automatically that runs every statement as a prepared statement rather than using the wow, thank you. Oh my gosh. I've been delivered dinner. This is great. Thank you, Becca. I've been delivered dinner. I don't even know. I feel so lucky right now. I'm gonna eat some dinner into my mouth. But I was actually just about to eat stream. end stream. So I think I should probably end stream and then go eat with my fiance rather than leave her alone in a sad state. So let me finish this commit and then I'm gonna end stream. Finance. Thanks, Remy. Runs every statement rather than using the default simple query. Unnecessarily sarcastic. No, I didn't. It wasn't a sarcastic. I was trying to go for like a. That's a new word for me, right? It's been 2 weeks. 2 weeks of fiance, and it's just a new and exciting word to add to your vocabulary. So that was what the emphasis was about. Rather than using the default simple query mode of execution. None. Disqualifies for me on season 23 of Love Island. I mean, yeah, I think you're probably right about that. But what can I say? A man can not dream, but kind of laugh, right? It's just a funny thing to imagine yourself doing. Okay, I'm going to leave this out because it's unnecessary. So we're going to go ahead and push this. Boredom till you die. Wow, that's I think talk about cynical over here. This man seems like a cynical man. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and copy paste this here. Actually, we're still not going to... We don't... I do want to preserve that. Let me just make a little scratch file. Let me just make a little scratch file here for my own self. Oh my goodness. CM Griffin, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. And it's good to see you. It's been a little bit of a while since I've said hello. Yeah, thanks for the raid, man. I hope you're doing really well. How's everything going? How's everything going over there? I feel like there's something broken about this paste buffer, to be honest. It isn't really working properly. I wonder if it has to do with Windows or what. Let me open a new tab and just make an issue and paste it over here. That seemed to work fine. Okay, so we're just gonna paste this over here basically for a second. Anyway, for all the raiders, by the way, I'm Jordan. I work on CockroachDB, which is an open source SQL distributed database. And that's what we usually do on the stream. Every Friday, we do CockroachDB hacking stuff. And it is an open source thing, by the way, Webman, which you can check out on GitHub. So anyway, that's kind of what is up. We were just kind of working on this like kind of crazy automated test thing that I've been working on to basically check that prepared statements always work the same as non-prepared statements. That's kind of what we've been working on. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. So just wanted to quickly fix this guy. We were kind of, to be honest, about to end stream. That's maybe we will do that soon and we'll kind of get a raid chain going. But that sometimes does happen, right? It does sometimes happen. So I also want to add like a little bit of a, based on the first two commits are 77063 and 77, what was the other one called? 77059. We're actually gonna make this a draft commit, as we sometimes call it, because we know that it's not passing all the tests just yet. We're just working on a framework to scaffold Lambda-based APIs easier. Lambda-based APIs easier. Dealing with monorepo issues at the moment. That is cool. That is super cool. So Serverless, man. Serverless is all the rage and the future. And anything that you do to make it easier to do all that, presumably, is a great thing. So I support this work to scaffold Lambda-based APIs. And I find it great and awesome. Okay, so I think that's basically gonna be it. The only thing that I do want to quickly fix, and I'm just realizing that I need to fix, is that we're missing updates to these Bazel files that need to go along with everything. So let me just quickly fix that, repush, and then we'll be done. So Architect is the base tool. I just add more packages that make it for a full API framework. Architect, Architect Lambda. Lambda Architect Framework. Architect is a simple framework for building and delivering powerful functional web apps on AWS. I don't even know what a functional web app is. It's an architectural pattern for building web apps and APIs. Powers developers with flexibility of dynamic full-stack apps paired with the ease of scaling a static website. Holy mackerel. My name is Jordan. My name is Jordan. Well, this seems really cool. Buzzword bingo. To be honest, one goal of mine as a streamer, as a person, is to do more application development, or whatever you want to call it. I want to be building web application and APIs, full stack applications with the ease of scaling a static website. Like, I feel like I'm falling way behind. I do all this database stuff and it's really exciting and cool and I really enjoy it, but I do feel like I'm not exactly understanding what it's like to develop applications as a developer in 2022, and I would like to be doing that a little bit more. All right? I don't know how you feel about that, but that's how I feel. That's how I feel. Okay. Well, Webman says it's fun and Dom says it's hell. So I guess that kind of sums it up, right? So we're going to go ahead and check out fix cursor prepare. Because we have to get stash, get checkout, fix cursor. Wait a minute. I think we can just throw away this change to SQL prepare test. We don't really care about that. So get rid of this, get last, get checkout, fix cursor prepare. All right. Then we're going to go ahead and say vim package SQL tests build.bazel. Package SQL build.bazel rather. Fix cursor prepare. Cursor test. Get rid of this. Git add one. Git commit amend. Git push f mine. Connect.js, they call it CockroachDB support. That's actually super cool. What's actually funny about Connects is that that's one of the oldest integrations that we've had. We've had that for so long, honestly. Like way back in the day, probably in like, I don't even know, like 2017 or 2018, honestly. We were working on like what ORMs and drivers and stuff should we like try to support CockroachDBs, and we reached out to Connects like a long time ago and got that done. And yeah, I don't know. You never noticed it before? Maybe it's new to their docs. It could be, but I remember we were working on Connects like really like a ridiculously long time ago. Before like, I don't know, before things were like as much taken off in the CockroachDB world as they are today. So we're gonna go fix prepare, and you know what we should probably do? We should probably just stack this guy on top of the other guy, if I had to be honest. If I had to be honest, we really want to stack these guys up. So we're going to just delete this last commit. Is that safe? I think that's safe. And we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of a rebase machine. Get rebase I. And we're going to pass in our get rebase dash I fix cursor prepare. Yeah. And then we've got 3 commits on top of this guy, and then we're going to go ahead and add back this missing SQL declare test, right? Don't we have a file called that? SQL declare test? SQL declare test. No? Oh, it's SQL prepare test. Goodness. SQL prepare test, right? Yeah. Okay. So then we need to go ahead and say git add 1. Then we're gonna do another git commit fix up, and we're gonna actually give it to this other commit over here. Git rebase I origin master. Fix this, repush. Then we're gonna go back to our PR over here. We're gonna go back to our PR over here, and we're gonna go ahead and say, edit this guy, and just want to call out that it depends on, it's not this one. It's actually this one. We're just gonna go ahead and say it depends on this one. Okay. All right. 5 hours exactly is the perfect time to be done. So I think we did our jobs. We did it. We had a lot of success. We had a good stream. We had 3 raids, a lot of follows, a lot of chat, a lot of hanging out. Really appreciate everybody for stopping by. It's been fun. It's been a good one. It's been a good, fun time. So we're gonna find someone else to raid though. And so all those CM Griffing raiders who just stopped by, welcome and get ready to go somewhere else again. That's just what happens sometimes at this time of night. You know, people raid, people done. They're like, we're out, we done, we're out. We're gonna raid the raiders. So I think obviously what we're gonna have to do is raid Juicebox Hero, because Juicebox Hero was hanging out in our chat earlier, and it's just the perfect kind of thing to do to pay that little thing forward, you know what I mean? Oh my God, don't tell me she's about to raid somebody though too. She can't be. We're gonna raid her. And if she raids somebody immediately after that, then that's just gonna be hilarious. So we're just gonna do it, and it's just gonna be funny, okay?
Well, yeah, you deserve to be banned. I have some.
Yeah. Don't leave yet. All right, guys. It's been good hanging out. I'll see you all later. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
There's a baby. There's a baby in this stream just screaming. What? Oh no, guys. I'm so upset about this. This is